What if the boundary between life and death was not a mere curtain but a battleground, fiercely guarded by creatures born from shadows and ancient whispers? As the sun sets and darkness engulfs the world, a chilling sensation creeps into the hearts of those who dare to ponder the fate that awaits them beyond the grave. Legends echo in forgotten corners of the earth, tales of grotesque beings tasked with ensuring that the departed do not wander back to the land of the living. These are not mere stories, they are warnings etched in the marrow of civilization. Each beast stands sentinel over the souls of the lost, their grotesque forms twisted by the weight of their duty. The air thickens with unease as the night deepens, for each creature is not just a guardian but a harbinger of fate, a living testament to the eternal struggle between mortality and the unknown. The whispers of the dead beckon, teasing with visions of spectral figures, while the beasts grow restless, their eyes glowing like embers in the dark. As ethereal winds carry echoes of despair, questions race through the mind. What drives these guardians? What ancient pact binds them to their ghastly tasks? The night is fraught with tension, and the barrier between the living and the dead quivers at the edges as if sensing a disturbance. A storm brews, lightning crackling above, momentarily illuminating the monstrous silhouettes that lurk in the shadows. Are they protectors or predators? Their monstrous forms shift and sway, caught between vigilance and hunger, waiting for the first misstep of a soul daring to cross the threshold. The very fabric of reality seems to pulse with their energy, vibrating with the weight of fate. As the moon hangs low, casting an eerie glow over the land, a figure stumbles into the night, oblivious to the eyes that pierce through the darkness. The tension mounts, each heartbeat a countdown to a confrontation that feels inevitable. What secrets linger in the depths of the underworld, and what price must be paid for meddling with forces far beyond human comprehension? The air crackles with the promise of danger, and the beasts stir, ready to fulfill their solemn duty. In this vivid tapestry of dread and anticipation, the wisps of history linger, whispering of ancient rites and forgotten truths. What choices have led to this moment? Whose soul will be claimed, and who will escape the clutches of the guardians? The answers pulse in the air, seductive and elusive, as the night reaches its zenith. The beasts hold their breath, the world teeters on the brink of revelation, and the question remains, are you prepared to confront the guardians of the abyss? The veil grows thinner, and the shadows deepen, waiting for the curtain to rise on the horrors yet to be unveiled. A chill swept through the air, brushing against the skin and raising goosebumps, as the winds whispered tales of creatures lurking beneath the surface, a world not of light, but of shadows. Throughout history, humankind has been haunted by the concept of underworld beasts, those monstrous beings that linger in the dark corners of our imagination. From the depths of ancient texts to the oral traditions passed down through generations, these creatures have woven their way into the fabric of culture, each one a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and desires. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, the stories of the Anunnaki, the gods who descended from the heavens, included terrifying guardians of the underworld. These beings, often depicted as fierce hybrids, stood between the living and the dead, their monstrous forms a reminder of the thin veil separating life from the abyss. The Sumerians believed that these creatures ensured the balance of the universe, but what comfort could be found in the idea that such fearsome entities held sway over the souls of the departed? Fast forward to ancient Greece, where the underworld was ruled by Hades, a god not easily understood. His domain was filled with lost souls and shadowy figures, and lurking within were the terrifying Cerberus, a three-headed dog, and the vengeful Furies, creatures born from the blood of Uranus. Legends tell of brave heroes who ventured into this unsettling realm, seeking to retrieve loved ones or fulfill prophecies, yet each encounter with the beasts of the underworld left them forever altered. The tension between the living and the dead created a tapestry of emotion, fear, sorrow, determination, all manifested in the ghastly forms of those who roamed the gloom. As the tales spread, cultures around the world began to shape their own versions of underworld beasts. In Norse mythology, the giant wolf Fenrir waited in the shadows, prophesied to bring destruction during Ragnarok. Every warrior knew that this beast was destined to consume Odin, the All-Father, creating a blend of dread and fascination. The idea of a creature so powerful that it could challenge the gods struck a chord in the hearts of many, igniting a mix of admiration and terror. What does it mean to confront something so vast and unknowable? In the American Southwest, the legends of the skinwalkers emerged from Native American traditions, beings capable of shifting between human and animal forms. These creatures were said to embody the darkness of human nature, able to manipulate and deceive. Stories warned of their cunning, chilling the blood of those who heard them. What does it mean to live in a world where those you trust could harbor such monstrous potential? The lines between predator and prey blurred, igniting a primal fear that echoed through generations. Traveling further, the myth of the chupacabra thrived in the folklore of Latin America, a creature that haunted farmers and livestock alike. Descriptions varied, but the essence remained the same, a beast that struck fear into the hearts of those who dared to speak its name. It was an embodiment of anxiety, a fear of the unknown, of loss, and of helplessness in the face of something insatiable. The stories of its attacks sent ripples through communities, creating a palpable tension that gripped the nights with uncertainty. In Asia, the yin and the dragon served as powerful symbols of the duality within us all, the celebration of life and the terror of death. The yin, a beast of great ferocity, would emerge from its lair every new year, prompting rituals and festivities aimed at warding it off. The fear of this creature unified communities, transforming their terror into strength and resilience. The dragon, on the other hand, while revered in many cultures, held an unsettling power, symbolizing the chaos of nature that could devastate or protect, depending on its whim. Even in the shadows of our modern world, the concept of underworld beasts persists. Urban legends and tales of cryptids feed into our fascination with the unknown. From the Mothman of Point Pleasant, a harbinger of disaster, to the elusive Bigfoot, lurking just beyond the tree line, these creatures tap into our primal instincts. They evoke a sense of wonder and fear, forever reminding us of the mysteries that lie just outside the reach of our understanding. Every culture, every tale, speaks to a shared human experience, a connection to the fears that reside within us. The bones of underworld beasts are buried in the stories of lost souls, the remnants of ancient fears that still stir something deep within. As dusk settles and the shadows elongate, the question remains, what do these beasts represent in our lives today? Are they mere figments of imagination or reflections of the darkness that exists within each of us? The thrill of the unknown pulls at the heartstrings, creating a tension that begs to be explored. Beyond the myths and tales, the concept of underworld beasts serves as a mirror to our psyche, a reminder that within the human experience lies the potential for both light and darkness. As the last rays of sunlight disappear, a sense of foreboding looms. The stories of these creatures do not end with the setting sun, they are alive, breathing in the whispers of those who dare to remember. Each beast carries with it the weight of history, a chilling reminder that the darkness is never far away, and that the line separating our world from the underworld is thinner than we dare to acknowledge. The night is thick with anticipation, and the tales are far from over. The beating pulse of fear and fascination quickens, as new stories are waiting to take shape, promising to pull listeners even deeper into the abyss where the underworld beasts wait, hungry for their next encounter. The flickering shadows of ancient trees whispered secrets that had long since slipped from the collective memory of mankind. Beneath the surface of the earth, where sunlight dared not venture, a world thrived in the darkness, filled with creatures birthed from the depths of human fear and reverence. Each legend intertwined with the other, wrapping around like tendrils of fog, pulling the curious closer to the stories of those who roamed beyond the grave. In the echoing chambers of stone and shadow, the very air thrummed with tension. The Greeks spoke of Charon, the grim ferryman who navigated the black waters of the Styx, his boat laden with lost souls yearning for passage to the other side. His eyes, dark and hollow, held the weight of countless lives, a reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead. Those who could not pay the toll, a simple coin placed on the lips of the deceased, were doomed to wander the shores forever, desperate and alone. This was not merely a tale to frighten children, it was a metaphysical boundary, a stark reminder of the price of life and the inevitability of death. As centuries turned, the Romans adopted these myths, weaving their own narratives around them. In their version, the underworld was ruled by Pluto, a figure both feared and respected. The mere mention of his name sent shivers down the spine. To the Romans, Pluto was not just a god of the dead, he embodied the wealth hidden beneath the earth. Gold and silver, the treasures of life, were mere shadows of the riches that awaited in the afterlife. It was a twisted duality, the desire for material wealth juxtaposed against the terrifying reality of mortality. The myths served as a cautionary tale, revealing that no matter how much one amassed in life, all would fade into darkness. Meanwhile, in the rich tapestry of Norse mythology, the underworld took on a jagged edge. Hel, the goddess and ruler of the underworld named after her, was not the monster many feared, but rather a guardian of those who died unheroic deaths. Her realm was a place of shades, a stark contrast to Valhalla, where warriors celebrated their glory. In the tale spun by firelight, Hel's half-rotting visage served as a reminder that not all endings were noble. Death was not an escape for the cowardly, it was a reckoning. For the Norse, embracing the impending fate was a mark of courage, and the stories surrounding Hel encouraged a reflection on valor, honor, and the legacy one leaves behind. Around the globe, countless cultures carved their own narratives into the fabric of existence. The Egyptians feared and worshipped Anubis, the jackal-headed god who weighed the hearts of the deceased against a feather. A heart heavier than a feather faced annihilation by the fearsome monster Ammit. This ritualistic weighing was much more than a myth, it was a guiding principle for the living, urging them to lead lives of virtue and honesty. The tales of Anubis urged the faithful to consider their deeds, casting a long shadow over the choices made during life. In the distant mountains of South America, the Inca revered the goddess Pachamama, who governed not just the earth but also the underworld, an expansive realm known as Ukupashad. Here, the spirits of the ancestors dwelled, and it was believed that they could influence the living. Offerings were made, ensuring that the spirits stayed pleased, for in their satisfaction lay the fertility of the land. The connection between life and death was seamlessly woven, showing that the underworld was not merely a place of loss but also of continuity and connection, an unbreakable bond that transcended time. A chill swept through the air, as if the cosmos themselves were listening, waiting for the next soul to tell its story. In the shadows of ancient ruins, the legends began to stir, whispering warnings to those who dared to tread upon sacred ground. The warmth of the sun faded as twilight enveloped the landscape. The stories of these creatures from the underworld were not mere fables, they were reflections of the deepest fears of humanity, grappling with the unknown and the inevitable. The atmosphere thickened as the ideas of morality, valor, and legacy collided, creating a tension that spanned continents and cultures. Each tale spoke to the essence of what it meant to be human, our triumphs and our failures, our hopes and our fears. Underworld creatures became symbols of everything we wished to understand but could not quite grasp. They inhabited the spaces between life and death, reminding those who listened that the journey was never truly over. As the fire crackled and the shadows danced, the heart quickened, a sense of urgency hanging in the air. The stories began to intertwine, a pantheon of whispers rising to a crescendo. What fate awaited those who dared to tread too close to the edge? Would the living escape the grasp of these underworld beings, or were they forever bound by the threads of fate, woven together by the very myths that held them in thrall? The tension mounted, a palpable force that surged through the air. The question lingered, what happens when fear meets curiosity? As the tales of the underworld creatures reached their peak, the night deepened, wrapping its arms around the world. The stories were not merely remnants of the past, they were alive, thrumming with emotion, holding the promise of what was to come. The shadows beckoned, and the line between the living and the dead blurred, inviting those who dared to listen to step closer into the unknown, where the next chapter awaited just beyond the horizon of understanding. Beneath the eternal twilight of Hades, a chilling howl pierced through the stillness, echoing ominously across the desolate plains of the underworld. The sound sent shivers down the spines of the lost souls wandering aimlessly, their faces pale and haunted. They knew, with every fiber of their being, that the howling belonged to Cerberus, the infamous three-headed guardian of the gates to the underworld. Each head, with its piercing gaze and sharp teeth, watched over the entrance with unwavering vigilance, ensuring that no one escaped the realm of the dead. The air was thick with the scent of decay and despair, swirling like a fog around the enormous beast. Cerberus was not a mere dog, he was a monstrous titan, a blend of nightmare and mythology. His sleek, dark fur glistened eerily in the dim light, each head uniquely expressive, a snarling, ferocious guardian ready to defend his territory against any intruder. The first head, wild and savage, growled deep in its throat, sending ripples of fear through those who dared to approach. The second head, with eyes like burning coals, fixated on the shadows, while the third head, more curious than aggressive, seemed almost to mourn the souls that wandered by, sensing their pain. Legends whispered that Cerberus was born from Echidna and Typhon, monstrous beings themselves, making him a creature of extraordinary power and terrifying lineage. The siblings of Cerberus, his equally fearsome brothers, Chimera, Hydra, and others, were known to wreak havoc across the earth, but Cerberus had a different role to play. He was the sentinel of souls, the last line of defense against the living, forever standing at the boundary between life and death. On the edge of the Styx, the river that separated the living from the dead, souls shuffled in a line, their eyes filled with dread. They had come to terms with their fate but were still haunted by the memories of their former lives. As they approached the gates of Hades, the sound of Cerberus's growls intensified, each growl filled with a warning, a reminder that they were now far from the world of the living. The air crackled with tension as they drew nearer, each heartbeat synchronized with their growing anxiety. Among them was Orpheus, a man known for his enchanting music that could charm even the most stoic of hearts. He had ventured into the underworld to rescue his beloved Eurydice, who had fallen victim to a tragic fate. With every step he took, the weight of despair clung to him, but he had a plan. Orpheus knew that to get past Cerberus, he had to appeal to the beast's nature, to soothe the savage heart that lay beneath the layers of ferocity. As Orpheus approached, Cerberus's three heads turned as one, each one assessing the intruder with an intensity that could freeze the bravest warrior. But Orpheus had a gift. With his lyre in hand, he strummed a melody so hauntingly beautiful that even the very stones around him seemed to still. The notes floated through the air, wrapping around Cerberus like a warm embrace. The beast paused, its growls subsiding, ears perked, sensing an unfamiliar emotion, curiosity. Orpheus continued to play, pouring all his love and sorrow into the music. The heads of Cerberus, once fierce and unyielding, softened as they listened. The wildness in the first head calmed, revealing a glimmer of understanding, while the second head, still watchful, tilted slightly, intrigued. The third head, the one known for its compassion, began to whine softly, touched by the melody that echoed the pain of loss. At that moment, Orpheus felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps the guardian could be swayed, perhaps there was a chance to slip past him and into the depths of the underworld to find Eurydice. The transition from predator to protector was palpable, as Cerberus, in a rare moment of vulnerability, lowered his head to the ground, mesmerized by the music that spoke of love and longing. But hope can be a double-edged sword. Just as Orpheus began to believe that he could pass unharmed, a sudden rustle echoed through the silence, snapping him out of his reverie. The gates of the underworld creaked ominously behind him, and the souls that had lined up to enter glanced nervously at one another. Even Cerberus, stirred from his trance, perked up, alert once more to the unseen threat looming in the shadows. A sudden gust of wind swept through the gates, and with it came whispers that sent icy shivers down the spines of those present. It spoke of unfinished business, of restless spirits, and of the wrath of Hades himself. The very ground trembled beneath Orpheus's feet as he realized that the passage was not just guarded by Cerberus but also by the dark power of the underworld. Fear surged again, threatening to drown out the melody that had filled the air moments before. The three heads of Cerberus lifted as one, each fully aware of the weight of their duty. They had turned from menacing beasts to reluctant guardians, but now, as a new threat emerged, their primal instincts kicked in. Cerberus was not just a gatekeeper, he was the ferocious embodiment of the underworld's will, ready to defend against any who would disturb its dark dominion. Orpheus's heart raced as he desperately sought to calm the beast once more. He strummed his lyre with renewed urgency, pouring every ounce of his emotion into the music, but the air crackled with an energy that spoke of impending danger. The heads of Cerberus snapped back to attention, teeth bared, ready to protect their territory at any cost. The haunting melody filled the atmosphere, but now it battled against the rising tide of anxiety and chaos. As the shadows deepened and the whispers grew louder, Orpheus felt the tension escalate, a gripping sensation that left him teetering on the edge of despair. The guardian of the underworld was about to reveal the full extent of his might, and the souls around him, lost, tormented, and terrified, could only wait, breath held, for what the darkness would bring. In the stillness of an ancient tomb, shadows danced under the flickering light of oil lamps. The air was thick with the scent of myrrh and incense, whispering secrets of the past, as the weight of eternity pressed down on the quiet walls. Here, among the faded hieroglyphs and crumbling artifacts, one could almost hear the heartbeat of the land, pulsing with the stories of souls long gone. It was a world where the line between life and death blurred, where the enigmatic figure of Anubis loomed large, his jackal head a haunting symbol of the afterlife. Anubis, the guardian of the dead, stood watch over the realms that lay beyond. Clad in black, representing the fertile soil of Egypt and the life that sprang from it, his presence was both eerie and comforting. To the ancient Egyptians, he was not merely a god, he was a guide, a protector, and a harbinger of judgment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the desert sands, the faithful whispered prayers to this enigmatic figure, seeking favor in the uncertain journey that lay ahead. His role began at the moment of death, when the soul departed from the body, leaving behind the weight of earthly burdens. Anubis appeared, a black jackal prowling the shadows, ready to escort the departed to the hall of judgment. The scales awaited, poised to weigh the heart of the deceased against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and order. It was there, in that sacred space, that the ultimate test of one's life unfolded, an encounter with the divine that would determine the fate of each soul. With every heartbeat, the tension in the air grew. Imagine the anxiety of the departed, feeling the cool breath of Anubis as he beckoned them forward. Did they remember their deeds? Did they fear the judgment that loomed ahead? As they approached the scales, Anubis stood silent and solemn, the embodiment of both fear and hope. His eyes, piercing and knowing, offered no hint of the outcome. For some, the weight of guilt would tip the scales, sending them spiraling into the abyss of despair. For others, the lightness of a heart unburdened would grant them passage to the afterlife, a paradise known as the Field of Reed. Anubis was not just a passive observer, he was an active participant in the journey. He was often depicted embalming the dead, a role that connected him deeply to the sacred rituals that surrounded death. His hands, gentle yet firm, prepared each body for the next phase, a process laden with rituals that were both elaborate and profound. The mummification process was crucial. It preserved the bodies for eternity, allowing the soul to recognize its earthly vessel when it returned. Anubis, with his jackal head, presided over these rites, ensuring that every detail was attended to with reverence and care. As the dead were laid to rest, Anubis was there, guiding them through the dark and treacherous paths of the afterlife. The journey was fraught with peril, malevolent spirits lurked, eager to lead souls astray. But with Anubis at their side, the faithful felt a flicker of courage. His presence was both an anchor and a beacon, illuminating the way through the darkness. The ancient Egyptians portrayed him as a figure of strength, someone who could confront the monsters that guarded the gates of the underworld, ensuring safe passage for those deemed worthy. In the tombs, murals depicted Anubis in various forms, sometimes as a sleek jackal, other times as a man with the head of a jackal. Each image told a story, a testament to his enduring significance in the lives of those who honored him. His worship spread across dynasties and eras, from the Old Kingdom to the Ptolemaic period, as the Egyptians clung to the hope he represented. His image graced funerary stelae and amulets, a reminder that even in death, one was not alone. Yet, in the whispers of the tomb, a lingering question remained: what truly lay beyond the veil? For all the rituals, the prayers, and the offerings, no one could definitively answer the mysteries of life after death. Anubis stood as a reminder of the uncertainty, the fear, and the hope that accompanied this great unknown. As the people of Egypt faced their mortality, they found solace in his watchful eyes, believing that he would guide them, no matter the outcome. Night after night, the stories of Anubis reverberated in the hearts of the living. Mothers taught their children the importance of honoring the dead, sharing tales of the jackal-headed god who walked with souls into the afterlife. They spoke of the sacred rites, the blessings of the embalmers, and the weight of the scales, ensuring that the next generation understood the significance of this divine protector. The narratives wove a rich tapestry of emotion, intertwining fear and reverence as the Egyptians grappled with the eternal questions of existence. But time, relentless and unyielding, wore on. The sands of Egypt shifted, burying the tombs beneath layers of history. Yet, even as the world changed, the essence of Anubis remained steadfast. His name was etched into the very fabric of Egyptian culture, a reminder of the eternal dance between life and death. Through centuries of conquest, decay, and rediscovery, the mysteries surrounding Anubis continued to captivate those who sought to understand the human experience. As the sun set on another day, the shadows lengthened and enveloped the earth in darkness. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, remained ever vigilant, ready to guide the lost souls through the night. What lay ahead, only he could know. Yet, in that uncertainty, a flicker of hope glimmered, a quiet promise that even in death, there was a chance at rebirth, a chance to find peace in the embrace of the afterlife. And so, the cycle continued, a story woven into the very fabric of time, forever echoing in the hearts of those who dared to dream beyond the veil. In a village where the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a chilling tale flickered like the last rays of light. Shadows crept across the land, whispering of an ancient being that ruled the end of all things. Yama, the god of death, sat upon his dark throne, a figure cloaked in mystery and dread, with a gaze that pierced the very soul of the living. His visage was not one of horror alone, it held the wisdom of ages, the echo of countless stories. Yama was not simply an end, he was a guardian of the cosmic order, an intricate player in the dance of life and death. As the villagers gathered around flickering lamps, they shared tales steeped in fear and respect. They spoke of his fearsome mount, the mighty buffalo, who thundered through the night like a storm unleashed, ready to carry the souls of the departed to their final destination. The buffalo, with its massive frame and eyes ablaze with an otherworldly fire, was more than mere beast, it was a harbinger, a symbol of transition. Legend spoke of its strength and ferocity, enough to send shivers down the spine of the bravest warrior. It was said that when Yama rode forth, the earth trembled beneath the weight of his majestic steed, instilling fear in the hearts of those who dared to defy the natural order. With every heartbeat, the villagers could feel the pulse of Yama's power, as if it resonated through the very fabric of their lives. They recounted tales of how he had once appeared to a noble king, cloaked in shadows and mystery. The king, steeped in arrogance, had ignored the signs of his impending fate. With a mere flick of his wrist, Yama had summoned his buffalo, the earth shaking beneath its hooves. The king's bravado faded, replaced by a paralyzing fear. In that moment, he understood that no wealth, no power could shield him from the inevitable embrace of Yama. As night fell, the villagers locked their doors, the wind howling like a mournful spirit outside. They believed that Yama roamed the earth on moonless nights, seeking those whose time had come. The air grew thick with tension. Parents would call their children close, recounting tales of lives lost and souls saved. Each word dripped with emotion, a testament to the thin line between life and death, one that Yama crossed with purpose and dread. A sudden gust of wind swept through the village, flickering the lights and carrying with it a sense of foreboding. The elders exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames, reminding them of the fleeting nature of existence. They spoke of the judgment Yama delivered, meticulous and fair. Every soul would be weighed, their actions and deeds laid bare before him. It was a moment of reckoning, where even the most noble could falter, and the cruelest could find redemption. The buffalo, a creature of impressive stature, was more than Yama's mount, it was a bridge between life and the afterlife. It stood poised, a guardian of the unseen realm, its nostrils flaring with anticipation. Legends claimed that when it snorted, the sound echoed through the universe, a call to the departed souls, awakening them to the truth of their journey ahead. The villagers would hold their breath, as if the world paused for an instant, caught between two realities. They recounted the tale of a devoted follower, a gentle soul who had lived a life of kindness. Upon his death, Yama appeared before him, his buffalo looming in the background, a testament to the power that came with the divine. The man, trembling yet peaceful, had not feared his fate. Instead, he felt gratitude wash over him, understanding the cycle of life, the beauty in its fragility. Yama, taking note of the man's heart, had offered him a choice, a chance to return, to continue the journey of learning and love. The villagers sighed, knowing such choices were rare, but believing that Yama could see the truth in every soul. As the night deepened, a sense of calm settled over the village, but the air remained electric with unspoken fears. Each creak of the wooden beams, each rustle of leaves, felt like a reminder that Yama was ever watchful, lurking in the shadows, ready to claim what was rightfully his. The darkness was alive with possibilities, a canvas painted with both dread and hope. When Yama rode forth, legend said he would not come unannounced. The sky would shift, clouds swirling ominously, as if nature itself bowed to the inevitability of his presence. The buffalo, a creature of formidable might, would charge through the veil between worlds, its hooves striking the earth with a thunderous boom. For the villagers, this was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a reminder that life, like a flickering flame, could be extinguished in an instant. Yet, there was an odd comfort in knowing that Yama, with his fearsome mount, was not a harbinger of despair but a guide into the unknown. For every life taken, there was a balance restored, a cycle continuing. The villagers whispered prayers, invoking Yama's mercy, hoping for safe passage and a reprieve for those they loved. They clung to their stories, knowing they could reach beyond the grave, touching the hearts of those who remained. And thus, the tales wove together, a tapestry of fear and reverence, life and death. The flickering lamps cast dancing shadows on the walls, as if the spirits themselves listened, waiting for the moment they would once again ride alongside Yama and his mighty buffalo, taking their place in the eternal cycle. In the echoes of the night, the villagers felt him watching, a guardian of both life and death, reminding them that every end was simply another beginning, forever intertwined. In the shadow of twilight, as the last rays of the sun bled into the horizon, a chill swept over the land. It was the kind of chill that whispered secrets of the ancient past, a foreboding sense that something terrible was about to awaken. The air crackled with tension, an electric hum that spoke of prophecy and doom. In the heart of this darkness stood Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, larger than any beast that had ever roamed the earth. His eyes, glowing like embers, held a fierce intelligence and an insatiable hunger for vengeance. Once a mere pup, Fenrir was raised among the gods, Loki's son, a creature of chaos in a world striving for order. But the gods, ever fearful of his growing power, bound him tightly with chains forged by magic. The first chains, crafted by the dwarves, were as strong as iron, but Fenrir broke them with a mere twitch of his powerful limbs. The gods grew anxious. They knew that this was no ordinary wolf, this was a being of destiny, a harbinger of the end times. As the moon rose high, casting silvery beams upon the land, whispers of Fenrir's future roamed like shadows in the night. The old seer, with her gnarled hands, spoke of Ragnarok, the final battle where gods and monsters would clash in a cataclysm of fire and blood. She foretold that Fenrir would break free from his chains, and in that moment, the world would tremble. "The wolf shall swallow the sun," she said, her voice a haunting melody. The gods listened, their faces pale, knowing that the prophecy was as inevitable as the setting sun. In the days that followed, Fenrir lay dreaming in his prison. His dreams were filled with visions of freedom, the taste of blood, and the cries of the fallen. Each night, he howled at the moon, a sound so fierce that it sent shivers through the hearts of the bravest warriors. They felt the weight of his rage, the thirst for revenge against the gods who had wronged him, and the darkness that beckoned him closer to his fate. He was no longer just a wolf, he was a force of nature, a storm brewing on the horizon. And in those moments of quiet, when the world held its breath, the gods devised a plan. They crafted a new chain, one made of impossible things, the sound of a cat's footsteps, the roots of mountains, the breath of fish, and the spittle of birds. They thought they could hold him, but they underestimated Fenrir's cunning. When they approached him, seeking to bind him once more, he sensed their fear and his fury grew. "Bind me if you can," he growled, his voice a growl that echoed through the valleys. With his massive jaws, he bit the chains, and the trembling world felt the tremors of his might. An uneasy alliance formed around him, with each god feeling the weight of their choices. The air thickened with foreboding as they realized that Fenrir was more than a monster, he was a reflection of their own chaos, their hidden desires, and their greatest fears. As the days turned to weeks, the sun began its slow descent toward that fateful day. Something shifted within Fenrir. He felt the stirrings of destiny calling him. The stars aligned, and the fabric of reality shimmered with the promise of destruction. The wolf was coming. The final battle loomed on the horizon, and the gods could no longer deny the truth. They had to confront the beast they had created. On the day of Ragnarok, the sky darkened, and the world trembled beneath the weight of dread. Fenrir, now free from his bonds, stood tall and proud, a titan of fury against the backdrop of a dying world. His roar echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the earth as he thirsted for vengeance. The gods, clad in their armor, gathered for battle, but deep down, an icy fear settled in their hearts. They knew the prophecy, and they could hear the whispers of fate. With every step Fenrir took, the ground quaked beneath him, and the beasts of the world trembled in awe and terror. The wolf charged into the fray, his eyes ablaze with an ancient fire. He was no longer just Loki's spawn, he was an embodiment of destruction, a force that could not be contained. As he tore through the ranks of gods, chaos reigned, and the echoes of battle cries filled the air. Blood spilled, and the cries of the fallen mingled with the howls of the beast. In the midst of the chaos, Odin, the All-Father, stood resolute, his spear gleaming in the darkness. He knew that he must confront Fenrir, that the fate of Asgard hung in the balance. But as he faced the wolf, the weight of destiny pressed upon him. The ancient tales had not prepared him for this moment. Fenrir lunged forward, and in that instant, time slowed. The clash of power sent shockwaves through the battlefield, a collision of fate and fury that reverberated through the ages. With every bite and claw, Fenrir carved a path of despair, a symphony of destruction that would echo through the annals of history. The gods fought valiantly, but with each passing moment, their strength waned beneath the relentless might of the wolf. The sun dimmed, and the stars faded as the world melted into chaos. The air thickened with smoke and ash, a grim reminder of what was lost. Yet, even amid the screams and the bloodshed, there was a strange beauty in Fenrir's rage, a dance of shadows and light, a testament to the fierce spirit that defied gods and fate alike. The prophecy, once just words, now manifested before the eyes of the damned. And as the final clash echoed through the heavens, Fenrir stood tall, an unstoppable force as the world spiraled into its inevitable end. In that moment, as the winds howled and the flames danced, the lines between monster and hero blurred. Fenrir was not merely a wolf, he was the spirit of rebellion, the embodiment of nature's wrath against those who sought to control it. His roar, a sound of triumph and despair, resonated through the chaos, a haunting melody that would linger long after the dust settled. And thus, the tale of Fenrir, the wolf of Norse mythology, intertwined with the fabric of the cosmos, forever echoing the struggle between destiny and choice, fury and fear, as the world watched in awe and horror. The final battle was not just a clash of titans, it was a reminder of the fragile balance of power, of the chaos lurking beneath the surface, waiting for its moment to rise. With each heartbeat, the end approached, and all that remained was the echo of Fenrir's howl, a promise of the darkness yet to come. In the stillness of twilight, when shadows stretch long and whispers of the past cling to the air, there exists a figure whose presence evokes both dread and awe. Sharon, the silent ferryman of the river Styx, stands at the edge of a swirling dark current, his small boat bobbing gently on the water's surface, a grim vessel awaiting the souls of the departed. The very essence of his existence is wrapped in layers of murky legend, thick as the fog that often rolls across the shores of his fateful domain. A chill runs through the air as Sharon waits, his thin, gaunt frame draped in a tattered cloak that seems to absorb the light around him. His face is a mask of sorrow and resignation, the lines etched deep revealing the weight of countless souls he has guided across the dark waters. In his icy gaze lies an eternity of stories, some full of regret, others bursting with hope. He is not just a ferryman, he is the keeper of secrets, the silent guardian of the threshold between life and the unknown beyond. The river Styx flows with a dark, murky water that reflects the souls of those who tread upon its banks. It is said that to cross this river is to leave behind the world of the living forever. The departed arrive in droves, their faces pale, their eyes wide with the fear of what lies ahead. Each soul holds a story, a fragment of their life, and as they approach Sharon, the air thickens with their unspoken fears and regrets. They shuffle forward, some clinging to the last vestiges of their former selves, others resigned to their fate. Pay your fare. Charon's voice is a low, gravelly echo, as timeless as the water itself. He extends a skeletal hand, demanding the ancient coin that would grant passage. For many, this coin, a token often placed in the mouths of the deceased, serves as the final link to their earthly ties. Those who arrive without this payment can only watch in despair as the ferryman's boat drifts further away, a cruel reminder of their forgotten existence. As the first soul steps forward, the moonlight breaks through the clouds, casting a silver glow on the rippling water. The departed are shrouded in shadows, their features obscured, yet their emotions bleed through the darkness. A mother, her spirit still heavy with the pain of leaving her children behind. A soldier, haunted by the echoes of battle that still ring in his ears. A child, clutching a worn-out toy, innocence lost in the face of death. Each story pulses in the air, a thumping heart that resonates with every soul that approaches. The moments stretch like the river itself, seemingly endless. Charon remains still, his expression unchanging, but in his heart lies a silent understanding. He knows each soul's burden, each longing, each regret. He watches as they step closer to the boat, feeling their pain wrap around him like a shroud. With every crossing, he becomes more entwined with their stories, yet he remains a stranger, both a comfort and a reminder of their inevitable fate. As the last soul boards the boat, the air grows thick with anticipation. The river stirs beneath them, dark tendrils of water curling around the edges of the boat, eager to pull them into the depths. Charon pushes off from the shore, the muscles in his arms straining against the weight of the souls gathered before him. The boat glides further into the inky blackness, and with every stroke, the whispers of the departed grow louder, an echo of their lives reverberating against the walls of existence. "Why must we leave?" a voice trembles from the back. It belongs to an elderly man, his hands shaking as he clutches the edge of the boat. "I have unfinished business. My family needs me." Charon's gaze meets his, and for a fleeting moment, the ferryman's hollow eyes seem to flicker with something akin to empathy. The river does not turn back. Life is an unbroken circle, and all must cross in due time. His voice remains steady, a solemn reminder of the truth that all must confront. The boat rocks precariously as the souls shift, a palpable tension woven through their ranks. Each heartbeat reverberates against the hollow wood, a reminder of life slipping further away. The river whispers its secrets, the dark water shimmering with the memories of those who have passed before. Charon knows the river's depths hold both pain and peace, a duality as old as time itself. As they drift further into the darkness, spectral figures begin to emerge from the shadows, phantoms of the underworld who watch with hollow eyes, their own stories lost to the passage of time. Some reach out, fingers grazing the surface of the water, yearning to connect with the living, to reclaim lost moments. Others remain silent, their sorrow wrapping around them like a cloak of despair. The boat shudders as if it senses the weight of their collective grief, and Charon's grip tightens on the oars. He feels the sorrow of those he carries, and for a heartbeat, it feels as if the world might break under the weight of their shared experiences. The river roils beneath them, mirroring the emotional tide that swells within the boat. "Where are we going?" a soft voice whispers, trembling with fear. The question hangs in the air like a dark cloud, and Charon's heart aches for the uncertainty reflected in their eyes. He knows he cannot offer comfort, for the crossing itself is a rite of passage. Beyond the river lies the realm of shadows and echoes, where your stories will be woven into the fabric of eternity. His words come out steady, unwavering, yet the weight of what lies ahead fills the air with an electric tension. The souls nod, though uncertainty lingers in their hearts. As they sail deeper into the abyss, the darkness thickens, and the haunting whispers grow louder, beckoning them forward. The ferryman is both guardian and guide, leading them along a path woven with hope and heartache, a bridge between what was and what shall be. With every stroke of his oars, Charon carries the weight of their past, anchoring them in the reality of their new existence. The river itself seems to breathe, an entity alive with story and spirit, echoing the emotions of those who traverse its waters. As they draw closer to the other side, the boundaries of life and death blur into an unending horizon, a place where every heartache finds its resolution and every life leaves its mark. And as the boat glides silently toward the darkened shore, the souls gather their courage, ready to step into the unknown, eager to see what awaits beyond the veil of the river Styx. Each heartbeat, each breath, pulses with life and longing, weaving an unbreakable bond between Charon and the souls he ferries, a connection that transcends time and existence itself. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow over the quiet forest, where shadows danced like whispers among the trees. It was in this eerie stillness that the tale of the Joragumo, the Spider Woman, crept out from the pages of ancient folklore. A creature of both beauty and terror, she was said to weave intricate webs that sparkled like diamonds in the moonlight, ensnaring the hearts and lives of unsuspecting travelers. Legend spoke of her dual nature. By day, she appeared as a stunning woman, her long dark hair cascading like silk. She wore kimonos that billowed softly in the breeze, and her laughter was as enchanting as a melody. But when the sun dipped below the horizon, she transformed, revealing her true self, long, spindly legs sprouting from her torso, glistening like obsidian in the dim light. Her eyes, once warm and inviting, turned cold and predatory, reflecting the hunger of a creature always on the prowl. Long ago, in a small village nestled between jagged mountains, whispers of the Joragumo haunted the townsfolk. They spoke of her appearance near the old bridge, where the river gurgled like a child's laughter. Many men had disappeared, lured by the soft call of her voice drifting on the wind. Those who returned spoke of a bewitching woman who seemed to beckon them closer. Some claimed to have seen her weeping, others recounted tales of her laughter echoing through the trees. But all agreed on one thing: her charm was a curse. One fateful evening, a young man named Hiroshi, known for his bravery and curiosity, decided to find the truth behind the tales. He gathered his courage, heart pounding like a distant drum, and made his way toward the bridge. The air thickened with tension as he crossed the threshold of the forest, each step echoing his resolve. Shadows flickered around him, and for a moment, he felt the weight of countless eyes upon him. As he approached the bridge, he heard her, a voice like honey dripping from combs. "Come to me, dear wanderer," she sang, the sound wrapping around him like a warm blanket. His heart raced, a mix of fear and excitement filling him as he stepped into the clearing, where the moonlight danced off the water. And there she stood, more beautiful than any painting, her haunting eyes fixated on him. "Who are you?" Hiroshi stammered, unable to tear his gaze away. She stepped closer, the ground beneath her shifting as if it were part of her web. "I am Joragumo," she replied, her voice a mere whisper now, yet it seemed to resonate within him. "I weave stories and dreams, but sometimes my threads entangle the weary and lost. Would you like to hear my tale?" As she spun her tale, Hiroshi felt himself drawn deeper, captivated by her every word. She spoke of love and loss, of her longing for companionship that transcended her monstrous form. He could almost hear the subtle crack in her voice, the hint of sorrow lurking just beneath the surface. The moonlight flickered, and for a fleeting moment, he saw the struggle within her, a monster yearning for connection, trapped in a web of her own making. But in that same breath, the air turned thick with tension, an electric fear that cut through the enchantment. Shadows elongated, twisting around the trees, and Hiroshi felt the hair on his neck stand on end. He sensed the predatory gleam in her eye. "What if I told you," she said, her voice shifting like the wind, "that my heart is not the only thing I desire? What if it is freedom I seek, through the souls of those who wander too close?" A chill ran down Hiroshi's spine. The stories of the others echoed in his mind, men who had vanished, consumed by her desire, their laughter replaced by silence. He took a step back, heart pounding, realizing he was teetering on the edge of her web. Her beauty was beguiling, yet within it lay the promise of doom. "Do not fear me, dear one," she coaxed, her voice a mix of honey and venom. "Stay with me. Together we can weave a new story. You could be my companion in this eternal night." As she reached out, her fingers gliding toward him like dark silk threads, Hiroshi hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to run, yet beneath the surface of his fear lay a flicker of compassion. Could this creature, shunned and feared, truly want more than to ensnare? He gazed into her eyes, searching for the humanity that might remain. But the moment stretched, and with it came a growing horror. The river behind him swelled, the current rising as if it too was part of her haunting spell. He watched as her form twisted slightly, the delicate woman morphing subtly into the spider he had feared. The glimmering strands of her web glistened in the fading light, catching the moonshine as they beckoned him closer. Panic surged through him, a tidal wave that swept away the remnants of his sympathy. He turned, his instincts taking over, and sprinted away from the bridge, the sound of her laughter ringing in his ears, blending with the rustling leaves. "You cannot escape, Hiroshi. I will always find you," she called after him, voice echoing in the dark, a siren's song turning sinister. The forest closed in around him, branches clawing at his face as he ran. Shadows flickered past him, taunting him, reminding him of the tales. Each step felt heavier, as if the very ground conspired against him, urging him back. Yet, with every ounce of strength, he pushed forward, desperation fueling his flight. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a clearing, the moon illuminating a worn path that twisted toward the village. The distant glow of lanterns flickered like stars, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Yet, just as he thought he was safe, he felt it, a shiver racing down his spine, a presence looming behind him. Hiroshi dared to glance back, and there she stood, the Joragumo, her eyes burning with longing and fury. "You cannot hide from me," she hissed, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Once I weave you into my story, there is no escape. Come back to me. Let us spin a new fate together." But Hiroshi knew that to succumb to her allure was to be lost forever, ensnared in a tale of despair. He turned and ran again, heart pounding, feet pounding against the earth. The village was close now, a sanctuary that felt almost tangible. Yet, in that moment of hope, he could not shake the feeling that the Joragumo was not behind him alone. The forest itself seemed alive with her presence, each shadow a reminder of her unquenchable hunger. As he burst into the village, cries of surprise filled the air, yet all he could think of was the breathless chase. The lanterns flickered, casting long shadows that danced at the edges of his vision. He stumbled, almost falling, as he tried to convey the urgency of his warning. "The Joragumo! She's coming for you all!" But the villagers only stared, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to grasp the terror that had pursued him. Yet, deep within the woods, the Joragumo lingered, her laughter echoing softly, a haunting promise that this was not the end. Shadows thickened around her, and with every goodbye whispered into the night, a new chapter began to unfurl, one that would intertwine Hiroshi with her forever, a thread in the tapestry of her eternal web. The night air was thick with tension, an eerie stillness gripping the landscape as shadows danced under the pale moonlight. In the quiet of the countryside, where the hills rolled like gentle waves, a figure stirred. Clad in dark, flowing robes, he rode atop a massive, black steed, the ground trembling beneath the weight of every hoofbeat. The chilling sound of the horse's gallop echoed through the valley, a haunting melody of dread. This was no ordinary rider. This was the Dullahan, the headless horseman of Irish legend, a wraith-like being whose very presence sent shivers down the spines of those who heard whispered tales of his terror. With every stride, the Dullahan carried the weight of an ominous purpose. It was said that he roamed the land at night, searching for souls that were soon to be claimed by death. His head, a grotesque skull, held high in his bony hand, glowed with an unearthly light, illuminating the path ahead. The air crackled with an electric tension, punctuated only by the distant howl of a wolf, a sound that seemed to echo the foreboding nature of his mission. In every village he passed, doors were bolted, and shutters were drawn tight. Mothers clutched their children close, recounting tales of the Dullahan to keep them awake at night. They spoke of the time he appeared at the doorstep of a local farmer, eyes burning with malice, as he called out the name of the man who would soon meet his end. The farmer had trembled, knowing he had been marked. It was said that when the Dullahan calls your name, there is no escaping fate. The Dullahan was more than a mere ghost, he was a harbinger, a creature of inevitability wrapped in darkness. Legend spoke of his method, which was as chilling as his appearance. The Dullahan would ride through the fields, his voice echoing like thunder, announcing the demise of those who would soon face the Reaper. His presence was accompanied by a relentless wind, a portent that swept through the land, leaving a cold dread in its wake. The closer he got, the more the air thickened, time itself would seem to stall, as if the world held its breath in fear. One night, under the cloak of darkness, a young woman stood before her window, her heart racing as the sounds of hooves approached. She had heard the stories, but never had she thought she would encounter the Dullahan herself. Her grip tightened on the sill, and she could feel the pulse of fear coursing through her veins. As the figure passed her cottage, she caught a glimpse of that haunting visage, a headless silhouette against the moonlit sky. The Dullahan sensed her gaze, and in that instant, his own head turned toward her, the empty space where his eyes should have been boring into her very soul. The chill skittered down her spine, and she stumbled back from the window, terror taking hold. The sound of laughter, mocking, sinister, filled the air, and she knew she was not safe, even beneath the roof of her home. Whispers in the village spoke of how the Dullahan would pause at certain moments, not to spare those he haunted, but to savor their fear. The stories said that he would stop at the graveyard gates, his horse snorting and restless, while he held his head aloft, surveying the land with a bone-chilling glee. Those who were foolish enough to witness this scene would claim that the very ground quaked beneath them. Each passerby would feel an icy hand clutching at their hearts, a reminder that death lurked just a whisper away. As night deepened, the Dullahan's presence grew more intense. He would whip the reins of his steed, and the horse would rear back with a snort, steam rising from its nostrils like wisps of lost souls escaping into the night. The wind howled in a mournful tune, and for those who dared to listen, it sounded like the cries of the lost, echoing through the ages. The villagers used to leave offerings at the edge of their fields, hoping to placate the dark figure, to keep him at bay. They would light candles and leave out bread, believing that perhaps a simple gesture of respect could stave off the inevitable. But the Dullahan was unyielding. He took what he willed, unburdened by the mundane concerns of mortals. His laughter, a cacophony of dread, would fill the air, reminding all who heard it that their moments were finite, that life was but a fleeting shadow. There were tales of those who tried to outrun the Dullahan, to flee his advance. Many had claimed that if you dare to look back, if you let fear take hold, he would claim you. The memory of those fateful encounters lingered in the whispers of the dark, a warning that echoed through the ages. Some believed that the Dullahan was tied to the very soil of Ireland, a reflection of the land's age-old struggles and the inevitable fate that unravels with time. And so, the legend continued, woven into the fabric of Irish folklore, a relentless reminder of mortality. Children grew up with tales of the Dullahan, their eyes wide in wonder and fear as their parents recounted the chilling encounters. Each story served as a cautionary tale, a lesson etched in the minds of the young, teaching them to respect the unknown, to honor the fragile threads of life that hang by a mere whisper. As dawn began to break on the horizon, the Dullahan would vanish into the mist, his laughter echoing faintly against the rising sun. The villagers would breathe a sigh of relief, their hearts still racing from the night's haunting visit. Yet, deep down, they knew that the Dullahan would return. The cycle of life and death, of fear and inevitability, was unbroken. The Dullahan was more than a tale, he was a feeling, a chill that hung in the air long after he had gone. And as the first rays of light spilled across the fields, a murmur of unease lingered, hinting that the stories of the Headless Horseman would never truly fade. Each night held the potential for new encounters, each soul a target waiting to be claimed, and as the sun set once more, the shadows would stretch and darken, preparing for the next ride into the unknown. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the restless waves of the sea. The gentle lapping of the water held a sinister undertone, as if it were whispering secrets of unspeakable horrors that lay beneath. In these waters, where light dared not penetrate, lurked a creature of nightmares, one that haunted the minds of sailors and struck fear into the bravest of hearts, Scylla. Scylla was not just a monster, she was a tragic figure etched into the fabric of Greek mythology. Her story wove through the ages, each thread a testament to her beauty and her curse. Once a nymph, Scylla danced along the shores of the sea, enchanting all who beheld her. Her laughter rang like chimes in the wind, and her beauty drew the attention of many gods. But envy, a cruel companion, twisted her fate. In a moment of jealousy, the sorceress Circe cast a spell that transformed Scylla into a beast of horror. No longer did her graceful form shimmer in the sunlight. Instead, she became a creature of terror, with howling mouths and serpentine bodies, eternally confined to her rocky lair. As the waves crashed against the jagged cliffs, tales of Scylla's ferocity spread among sailors. They spoke in hushed tones of her insatiable hunger for flesh and blood. How her monstrous heads would rise from the depths, each filled with razor-sharp teeth, ready to devour anything that dared venture too close. The mere mention of her name sent shivers down the spines of hardened sailors. They recalled the chilling accounts of those who had encountered Scylla, their ships torn apart, their screams swallowed by the ocean's roar. Her legend was tangled with that of another terror, Charybdis, a whirlpool that consumed entire vessels, dragging them into the abyss. The two monsters stood as sentinels at the Straits of Messina, a warning to all who dared to cross. Odysseus, that cunning hero, faced the dread choice between Scylla and Charybdis, understanding well that either path led to doom. He chose to confront Scylla, a decision that cost him dearly. As his ship passed, Scylla struck, snatching his men from the deck, their cries mingling with the wind, pleading for mercy that would never come. Yet, beneath her monstrous exterior, Scylla stirred with sorrow. Her heart, once full of joy, now brimmed with pain. In the stillness of the night, when the sea was calm, she would gaze longingly at the stars, reminiscing about her lost life. There were fleeting moments when the ocean's embrace felt like a memory of a love once cherished, but each time, the reality of her monstrous form pulled her back into despair. She longed for companionship, for understanding, but all she received was fear and loathing. The myth spun tales of Scylla, each one tinged with loss and longing, making her not just a monster, but a symbol of the consequences of jealousy and betrayal. In the ancient world, her story resonated deeply. Sailors would leave offerings on the shores, hoping to appease her restless spirit, a poignant reminder of a beauty consumed by darkness. The cliffs where she dwelled became a focal point of worship, as people sought to understand the pain behind the monster and the monster behind the pain. The tragedy of Scylla was felt by many, yet her existence was a harsh truth of the sea, beautiful, yet deadly. She mirrored the ocean itself, a force of nature, simultaneously captivating and terrifying. As the tides ebbed and flowed, so did the stories of Scylla, washing ashore like remnants of a forgotten dream. Each retelling fed the fear, but also the fascination. Was she a monster, or was she the victim of cruel fate? Whispers of her legend reached across the ages, entwining with the stories of other mythic figures. Heroes spoke of her, poets immortalized her heartache in verse. Each narrative served to deepen the mystery surrounding her, blurring the lines between monster and victim. The stories spread like wildfire, igniting imaginations and casting shadows on the hearts of those who heard them. Amidst the whirlpools and crashing waves, the ocean remembered her. It echoed with her rage and sorrow, the cries of her victims mingling with her own. For Scylla, the sea was both a prison and a sanctuary, a place where she could exist in torment yet still find solace in the rhythm of the tides. She became part of the very fabric of the sea, a guardian of its depths, and a reminder that beauty could quickly turn to horror. As the sun set and the stars blinked into existence, tales of Scylla lingered in the air. The stories of her dread and her heartache beckoned to listeners, holding them captive as they sensed the emotional tempest that swirled within her. Her existence was a turbulent symphony, where each note resonated with despair and longing, a melody that would never fade away. And so, the ocean continued to churn, and Scylla remained, ever watchful and ever hungry. The thrill of her presence was both a warning and a call, inviting sailors into the depths of her world, where beauty danced hand in hand with danger. There would always be those who dared to face her, drawn by the thrill of adventure, or perhaps by the unspeakable allure of the unknown. For every ship that passed through her waters, Scylla was there, a shadow cast upon the sea, a reminder that some stories are never truly over, but simply wait for the next chapter to unfold. A chilling wind swept through the ancient hills of Ireland, piercing the silence of the night. Beneath a silver moon, the shadows of the trees danced eerily, whispering age-old secrets. And then, like a dagger slicing through the stillness, a wail echoed, a sound so haunting, it sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to listen. This was no ordinary cry. It was the mournful call of the Banshee, the legendary wailing woman whose sorrow foretold death. With hair as wild as the stormy sea and eyes that glimmered with a sadness only the heavens could understand, the Banshee lingered near the graves of ancient warriors and the crumbling ruins of forgotten castles. She was not merely a ghost, but a harbinger, a soul caught between the realms of the living and the dead. When her voice rose in the night, hearts would race, and the air would grow thick with dread. Those who heard her lament knew that tragedy was looming close, and the weight of that knowledge would hang heavy in their chests. The stories of the Banshee were whispered among the people, passed down through generations in hushed tones, as though speaking her name too loudly would call her forth. Legend spoke of her connection to the noble families of Ireland, for she was said to be an ancestral spirit, tied to bloodlines that had long since faded into dust. When a loved one was nearing their end, her wail would pierce the night air, a warning to the family that their time with the departed was drawing to a close. In the small village of Glenwood, nestled between rolling hills and ancient stone walls, the presence of the Banshee was a constant shadow. Old women gathered by the fire, recounting tales of their encounters with her. "I remember the night my brother was taken," one elder would say, her voice trembling with age. "The wind howled, and then I heard it, the cry of the Banshee. It echoed through the valley, cold as the grave. My heart sank, for I knew then that death was at our door." Young children listened, wide-eyed and terrified, their imaginations igniting with nightmares of ghostly figures floating through the twilight. The Banshee was both feared and revered, a figure cloaked in mystery and sorrow. On quiet nights, when the moon shone brightly, some would venture out, hoping to catch a glimpse of her ethereal form. They would walk to the edge of the woods, where the trees seemed to hold their breath, waiting, listening for that fateful cry. But the Banshee was elusive. She appeared when least expected, and her presence was as unpredictable as the weather. Some claimed to have seen her at the edge of their fields, her silhouette illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. Others spoke of how she would suddenly appear at windows, her mournful gaze piercing through the glass, searching for souls who were destined to depart. Those who encountered her often felt the chill of death wrapping around them like a shroud. In another corner of the land, a young man named Liam found himself haunted by the tales of the Banshee. He had grown up listening to his grandmother's stories, her words like a melody that danced in his mind. One fateful evening, while wandering the hills, he felt an inexplicable pull towards a grove of ancient trees. As he approached, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The air grew heavy, as if the world was holding its breath. And then he heard it, the cry. It crashed over him like a wave, an overwhelming sound that twisted his insides. It was the Banshee, and she was close. Panic gripped his heart, and he ran, his legs pumping beneath him as he raced down the hillside, the wail echoing in pursuit. He stumbled and fell, the ground scraping against his palms as he gasped for breath, the chilling sound still resonating in his ears. Was it a warning for him? Or was it for someone he loved? In the village, Liam's mother was preparing dinner, blissfully unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows. As the scent of steaming stew filled the air, the walls of their home seemed to close in on her. She paused, a shiver racing down her spine. It was too quiet. The stillness felt unnatural, as if the world had been stilled just for a moment. And then, the wind picked up, howling against the windows with a ferocity that made her heart race. She glanced out into the dimming light, her eyes scanning the horizon. And there, at the edge of the woods, she thought she saw a figure, cloaked in the night, hair dancing in the breeze. The Banshee? No, it couldn't be. Yet the thought planted seeds of dread in her heart. She hurried to the door, an instinctual need to call out for her son, to pull him back from whatever darkness was encroaching. Meanwhile, in the woods, as Liam clutched his chest, gasping for air, an inexplicable understanding washed over him. He wasn't just running from the sound, he was running toward the truth that life is fleeting, and death is an ever-present companion. The Banshee was not just a figure of fear but a reminder of love, of the ties that hold families together, even in the face of loss. The wail was a lament, yes, but it was also a celebration of what had been, a painful acknowledgement of the bond that would never be broken. As the stars began to flicker into existence above, the wail faded into the night, leaving an echoing silence that felt almost peaceful. Yet, Liam knew in his heart that the story was not over. The Banshee would return, her voice haunting the winds, weaving through the lives of those who dared to listen. In the shadows, the ancient hills continued to guard their secrets, and the wail of the woman would forever linger, intertwining the threads of life and death in a tapestry woven from sorrow and love. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the jagged mountains of Japan. A chilling wind slithered through the trees, rustling the leaves and whispering secrets of the past. Shadows danced, and in those shadows, ancient beings stirred, beings that straddled the line between light and darkness, guardians and tricksters. They were the Tengu. With their beaked faces and vibrant red skin, Tengu were once seen as mere figments of imagination, but to the people of Japan, they were very real. Legend spoke of their fierce dedication to the mountains and forests, protecting the natural world from the encroachment of man. Yet, there was more to these enigmatic creatures than met the eye, for they were also the guardians of the underworld, a force to be reckoned with in the spiritual landscape of Japan. Every night, when the skies turned dark and the world quieted down, the Tengu gathered in their secret sanctuaries. Their eyes glowed like embers, reflecting the mysteries of both life and death. Many believed that the Tengu could see the souls of the departed, guiding them, judging them, and sometimes punishing those who had strayed from the righteous path. The tales told of their unyielding gaze, which could pierce through the very fabric of a person's heart. It was said that if you wandered too close to their territory, you might find yourself entranced by their wisdom or ensnared by their wrath. In the eerie stillness of a moonlit night, a young villager named Hiroshi found himself lost. He had ventured too far into the woods, a place where few dared to tread. The air shimmered with tension as he stumbled upon a clearing illuminated by spectral light. There, in the center, stood a Tengu, its wings unfurled like a dark cloak against the sky. Fear gripped Hiroshi's heart. He had heard the stories. The Tengu could unleash terrible vengeance upon those who disrespected their home. But instead of fear, the Tengu's eyes held a deep sadness. It seemed to beckon him closer, as if it understood the weight of his worries, the struggles of life, the burdens of the living. Hiroshi felt a pull, an urge to understand this creature that guarded the delicate balance between the worlds. It was in that moment he realized that the Tengu were not merely protectors of the forest, they were also messengers, guiding souls between realms, ensuring that those who passed would not be forgotten. In the ancient texts, Tengu were often depicted as warriors, skilled in martial arts and possessing the ability to fly. They were thought to be the spirits of the dead, those who had lost their way and now wandered through the shadows. It was whispered that they could be summoned through prayer and offerings, a way for the living to seek their guidance in times of need. Hiroshi's heart raced as he recalled the tales of the Tengu appearing in moments of desperation, lending their strength to those deserving. But with every story of benevolence, there came tales of mischief. Tengu were tricksters, known to lead travelers astray or play pranks on those who dared to disrespect nature. Their laughter echoed in the mountains, ringing out like a warning. In one fateful encounter, a greedy merchant was said to have been turned into a Tengu himself, his avarice forever grounding him in the shadows of the forest as he learned the hard way the true meaning of respect. Hiroshi felt the chill of the night seep into his bones, and the Tengu's gaze pierced through the veil of his fears. The creature was not just a guardian but also a reflection of humanity's own flaws, greed, dishonesty, and the relentless pursuit of power. It was in this moment that the young villager grasped a profound truth. The Tengu held a mirror to the souls of men, revealing their innermost desires and darkest secrets. As the wind howled around him, Hiroshi understood he was at a crossroads. The Tengu could guide him, but the choice lay within him. Would he heed the call of the guardian and embrace the wisdom of the mountains, or would he ignore the warning signs and risk the wrath of the underworld? Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, punctuating the tension in the air. The Tengu hovered, waiting, a palpable energy crackling between them. In this land of spirits and shadows, nothing was ever truly lost. The Tengu were the keepers of stories, preserving the memories of those who had come before. With their powerful presence, they forged connections between the past and the present, weaving a tapestry of existence that transcended time. Hiroshi could sense their pain and joy, an exhausting dance that played out across centuries, each step etched in the fabric of the earth. With a sudden rush, the Tengu leapt into the air, its wings casting a dark silhouette against the moonlit sky. Hiroshi felt an overwhelming urge to follow, to take flight and leave behind the burdens that weighed him down. The shadows deepened around him, swirling like a tempest, and for a moment, he was suspended between two worlds, the world of the living and the uncharted depths of the underworld. The Tengu circled back, its eyes gleaming with a knowing light. In that fleeting moment, Hiroshi felt a surge of hope. He might wander, lost and afraid, but he was never truly alone. The guardians of the underworld watched over him, ready to offer guidance. He could learn from their wisdom or fall prey to their trickery. The choice loomed before him, a tantalizing whisper leading him deeper into the night. And as he stood there, the air thick with possibility, he realized that the tale of the Tengu was far from over. The weight of his decision pressed down like the branches of the ancient trees, and the path that stretched before him was one filled with uncertainty. Would he embrace the Tengu's call, stepping boldly into the unknown, or would he retreat, forever haunted by the chance he had let slip through his fingers? The night held its breath, and so did he, as the shadows danced around him, cradling his fate in their enigmatic embrace. The moon hung low over the water, casting a silvery glow that danced across the surface like a whispered promise. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the gentle lapping of waves against the shore sounded almost like a soft lullaby. It was here, in the stillness of the night, that the stories of the Rusalka came alive, echoing through the ages, a haunting melody of beauty intertwined with tragedy and death. In Slavic folklore, the Rusalka were not mere fantasies of the mind, they were spirits born of the water, their essence intertwined with the very essence of life and death. Legends told of young maidens who met untimely ends, their bodies casting shadows beneath the water, forever trapped in a realm of sorrow. They emerged at night, their long, flowing hair like river reeds, weaving between the currents, their voices a siren's call, sweet yet laced with despair. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of how these spirits would surface under the light of the full moon, their laughter echoing in the dark, a sound that could make one shiver. It was said that to encounter a Rusalka was both a blessing and a curse. A man might be drawn to the water by their enchanting song, only to find himself ensnared in the depths, his spirit joining the countless others who had succumbed to their call. The Rusalka were not vengeful, rather, they were trapped in a cycle of longing, reaching for the lives they had lost, their desires forever out of reach. In the quiet village of Kamenka, nestled along a winding river, tales of the Rusalka were woven into the fabric of everyday life. The elders recalled the tragic story of a beautiful girl named Elena, who had vanished from her home one fateful evening. Her laughter had once filled the air, a sound so pure that it danced upon the breeze. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, her laughter was silenced. Days turned into weeks, and hope began to fade. Some whispered that she had been taken by the river, her spirit now a Rusalka, forever searching for her lost love. As twilight descended, the villagers would gather by the water's edge, casting offerings, flowers, small trinkets, even pieces of bread, hoping to appease the restless spirit. They believed that pleasing the Rusalka could bring good fortune or ward off misfortune. But the line between reverence and fear was thin. For every story of a blessing, there were tales of those who ventured too close, their fates forever entwined with the water. One stormy night, when the winds howled like lost souls, a young man named Alexei dared to approach the river. His heart was heavy with grief, burdened by the loss of his beloved Elena. He called her name into the tempest, each syllable trembling with longing. As the rain poured down, drenching him to the bone, he thought he saw a figure materializing before him, ethereal and radiant, shimmering in the chaos of the storm. Alexei, the voice floated on the wind, sweet yet sorrowful. It felt as if time itself had stopped. His heart raced as he stepped closer, mesmerized by the apparition. The Rusalka, with her haunting beauty, reached out to him, her fingers glistening like droplets of water, inviting him into her embrace. He could feel the pull of her sorrow, the weight of her existence pressing against him. But with every step he took, the river roared louder, as if warning him of the dangers that lay ahead. Alexei hesitated, torn between the desire to reunite with Elena and the instinct to flee. The stories of lost souls echoed in his mind, a warning he could not ignore. Yet, the pull of the Rusalka was too strong. "Come to me," she whispered, and for a moment, the world around him faded. All that remained was her face, a blend of longing and despair. He reached out, fingertips grazing the surface of the water, feeling the coolness seep into his skin, a chilling reminder of the depths that awaited him. In that instant, he realized the truth that lay beneath their story. The Rusalka were not merely spirits of the drowned, they were reflections of the living, echoes of love and loss, and the pain of those left behind. They lingered on the edge of existence, neither fully alive nor completely dead, caught in a web of their own making, a fate Alexei now found himself teetering on the precipice of. With a sudden jolt, the river surged, pulling at his feet as if it had come alive, an entity of its own. Alexei felt himself slipping, the very essence of the water wrapping around him, the Rusalka's eyes filled with a mix of hope and despair. In that moment, he understood the true connection they shared, a bond forged in love's tragedy and the inevitability of death. Panic surged within him, a primal instinct to escape the grip of the watery depths. He staggered back, breathless, his heart pounding like a war drum. And yet, as he looked into the Rusalka's eyes, he was met with a profound sadness that pierced through him. Was this the fate that awaited all who ventured too close to that which they yearned for? To become one with the river, to be lost in the currents of time, forever longing, forever searching. As the storm raged on, so did the tales of the Rusalka, weaving their way through the fabric of the village, haunting the dreams of those who dared to remember. The connection between water and death was inescapable, a truth hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be unearthed with every ripple and wave. The night continued its dance, the water whispering secrets only the brave, or the foolish, would seek to uncover. And thus, the story of the Rusalka flowed onward, like the river itself, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between life and death, hope and despair. Though some might find peace in the tales, others would forever remain entranced, entrapped in the haunting melody of the water spirits, forever yearning for that which lay just beyond their reach. In the shadowy corners of the ancient Aztec world, there existed a figure cloaked in darkness, his presence commanding both fear and reverence. Mictlantecutli, the lord of the underworld, stood at the threshold of life and death, his skeletal form a chilling reminder of mortality. With a body that bore the scars of time, covered in ashes and adorned with the bones of the departed, he ruled over Mictlan, the place where souls journeyed after their final breath. The air grew heavy with an unspoken tension, as if the very fabric of existence trembled at his name. On moonless nights, when the stars hid their light, the cries of the lost echoed through the ancient land. It was during these hours that Mictlantecutli's dominion felt most real. People whispered of his power, shivers coursing down their spines as they recounted tales of brave souls who ventured too close to his realm. He was not merely a god of death, he was a gatekeeper, an eternal reminder of the cycle of life, a harbinger whose judgment awaited all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, the faithful gathered to honor him. Rituals unfolded with a mix of fear and fascination, offerings laid at his feet, tender flowers, food, and the blood of sacrificed animals. These gestures were not just tokens, they were pleas for mercy, a desperate hope that Mictlantecutli would guide the souls of their loved ones through the treacherous paths of the afterlife. The stories flowed like a river, each tale darker than the last. It was said that the dead traveled through 9 layers of Mictlan, each one a test, each turning the heart colder. The journey was fraught with danger, cunning demons, raging rivers of blood, and the ever-watchful eyes of Mictlantecutli himself. He lurked in the shadows, a silent observer, his bony fingers tracing the edges of fate, deciding who would find peace and who would wander endlessly. The very thought of falling into his grasp was enough to send chills racing through the bravest hearts. His laughter, dark and echoing, filled the void where hope once resided. But within that terror lay a twisted sense of awe. For Mictlantecutli was not just a bringer of darkness, he was a vital part of the cosmic order. The Aztecs understood this balance, the delicate dance between life and death, and they honored it with fervent devotion. In a dimly lit temple, the priests stirred the air with the scent of burning copal, chanting ancient hymns that resonated with the very essence of their ancestors. Flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, mimicking the eternal struggle between light and darkness. They called upon Mictlantecutli's name, their voices rising like smoke, weaving a connection that transcended time. It was as if he stood among them, listening, his skeletal eyes glinting with the secrets of the universe. Far removed from the rituals, a young woman named Izel sat in a crowded marketplace, her thoughts clouded with grief. She had lost her beloved, a brave warrior who had fallen in battle. The pain clawed at her chest, a relentless ache that gnawed at her very soul. Every whispered tale of mythological sent shivers down her spine, but beneath the fear lay a fierce determination. She could not bear the thought of her love wandering lost in the dark, his spirit unable to find peace. That night, she gathered what little she had, a handful of corn, a woven cloth, and a vibrant feather. She made her way to the temple, heart pounding with every step. The glow of the flames flickered in her eyes, illuminating the path before her. As she entered, her voice barely a whisper above the crackling fire, she pleaded with mythological. "Guide him, great Lord. Lead him home." Her words hung in the air, a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of life and death. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted. The priests paused, their chants faltering as an icy breeze swept through the temple. mythological's presence enveloped Izel, wrapping around her like a shroud. She felt his gaze, cold and penetrating, yet oddly comforting. It was a reminder that death was not an end, but a transformation, a passage to a different kind of existence. As the night wore on, the echoes of the past mingled with the present. Stories of sacrifice and survival filled the air, and Izel's spirit soared with each shared memory. mythological was not just a figure of fear, he was a guide through the darkness, a reminder that every ending birthed a new beginning. The boundaries of life and death blurred, and she found solace in the knowledge that her beloved was not truly lost. But just as hope flickered to life, a shadow passed across the temple's threshold, the air thickening with unease. A sudden chill swept through the crowd, and the priests exchanged worried glances. In the depths of mythological stirred, sensing a disturbance. His skeletal fingers twitched, and the very earth seemed to tremble beneath his power. The balance was shifting, and the souls of the departed were restless. The tension crackled in the air like a storm waiting to break. Izel's heart raced. What had she awakened? The whispers grew louder, the stories of long-lost souls bubbling to the surface, eager to be heard. mythological, the eternal guardian, watched with a knowing gaze. He understood the weight of grief, the power of love, and the undeniable connection that bound the living and the dead. In that moment, Izel realized that the line between life and death was not as clear as she had once thought. mythological was not merely a deity to be feared, he was a bridge, a reminder that every soul was woven into the fabric of existence. And as the night deepened, she embraced the truth, the power of remembrance, the strength of connection, could illuminate even the darkest of paths. As she stood before mythological, surrounded by flickering flames and the whispers of the past, she knew her journey was just beginning. The shadows danced around her, a reflection of the eternal struggle between life and death, and she felt a spark of hope igniting within her. The air was thick with possibilities, and the very essence of mythological pulsed with life, a reminder that even in darkness, there was light to be found. The wind howled like a banshee through the craggy hills of Orkney, carrying with it a sense of dread that tingled on the back of the villagers' necks. They spoke in hushed whispers, their faces pale under the dim light of flickering candles, eyes darting toward the windows, half expecting the horror of the night to creep in on them. It was said that a creature of unspeakable terror roamed the shores and fields, an abomination that defied nature itself, the Nuklavi. With a body like that of a horse, yet twisted and grotesque in its form, the Nuklavi was more than a mere beast, it was a demon, a nightmare given flesh. Its skin, a pallid hue, lay stretched tight over its bulging muscles, glistening with a viscous substance that looked like a mix of pus and sea foam. Its head, far from the noble visage of a steed, sported a monstrous, devilish grin that sent chills racing through the hearts of anyone who laid eyes on it. Instead of a mouth, it had a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, waiting to devour the souls of the unwary. As the villagers gathered around the fire, Old Finn, the storyteller, recounted tales of the creature's ferocity. He spoke of a time when the Nuklavi emerged from the depths of the ocean, its hooves thundering against the earth, a harbinger of doom for the land. The very air turned heavy, thick with an unearthly stench, like rotting fish and despair. Crops would wither, livestock would fall ill, and those unfortunate enough to cross its path vanished without a trace. Each word Finn uttered seemed to draw the shadows closer, wrapping the room in an inescapable grip of fear. Outside, the ocean churned angrily as if echoing the villagers' fears. The creature was said to rise with the tide, its presence like a dark storm cloud looming over the fragile lives of the islanders. Legends passed down generations told of brave souls who ventured forth with only their courage, a blade, and a prayer, seeking to confront the demon. But none returned, their screams swallowed by the winds that whispered of their failure. On the eve of the harvest moon, a young girl named Elspeth felt the weight of the legends pressing down on her small shoulders. The stories were always shared in the safety of the hearth, but the fear seeped into her very bones, filling her with a dread that kept her awake at night. With her family depending on the harvest, she knew she must put the tales to rest. Gathering her courage, she resolved to seek out the creature, to confront it in its lair. As the moon hung like a silver coin in the starlit sky, Elspeth took a deep breath and stepped into the chill of the night. The path to the cliffs was treacherous, overgrown with brambles and rocks that seemed to reach out to pull her back. But she pressed on, driven by a mixture of fear and determination. Each step echoed in her mind, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation with the unknown. The cliffs loomed ahead, jagged and foreboding, overlooking the roiling sea. It was here, in the shadows cast by the moonlight, that she felt it, a presence, heavy and suffocating, like a fog that wrapped around her heart. Suddenly, the air grew electric, and Elspeth's instinct screamed at her to turn back. But she stood her ground, a flicker of defiance sparking in her chest. Then, from the depths of the darkness, it emerged. The Nuclavi rose from the shadows, its monstrous silhouette cutting a terrifying figure against the moon. The earth trembled beneath its hooves, sending a shockwave through the ground, and Elspeth's heart raced as she took in the full horror of the creature before her. Its eyes glowed like molten fire, locking onto her with a hunger that sent chills racing down her spine. "Elspeth," it rasped, a voice that echoed like the crashing waves but twisted with malice. The name slipped from its lips like poison, taunting her. In that instant, she felt the weight of the legends pressing down on her, their collective dread simmering just beneath the surface. But she raised her chin, refusing to allow fear to consume her. "I am here to end your terror," she shouted, her voice trembling yet fierce. The Nuclavi let out a sound that reverberated through the cliffs, a chilling mix of anger and amusement. "End my terror," it crooned, the words dripping with disbelief. "You? A mere child?" With those words, the air thickened, and the very ground seemed to pulsate with the creature's rage. Elspeth felt a wave of desperation rise within her, yet she stood firm, drawing strength from the memories of her family, the laughter of her friends, and the love that radiated in the warmth of her hearth. "Your reign of fear will stop tonight," she declared, each word a dagger aimed at the heart of the darkness before her. The Nuclavi lunged, its massive form barreling towards her, eyes burning with fury. But just as the creature drew close, the earth beneath it cracked, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. A massive wave surged toward the cliffs, crashing against the rocks and sending salty spray into the air. Elspeth stumbled back, her heart racing, but she felt it, a shift, a connection between her spirit and the tide. The ocean was alive, responding to her defiance, rising up as if to shield her from the horror that was the Nuclavi. In that moment, history intertwined with destiny. The villagers had always spoken of the sea as a protector, a guardian of their island home. And now, it surged forward, an unyielding force against the nightmare that sought to consume them all. Just beyond the cliff's edge, the waves roared, summoning a tempest that spiraled into existence, ready to reclaim what had been lost. Elspeth clenched her fists, her determination burning brighter than the creature's rage. The battle was beginning, and the outcome lay not only in her hands but in the very heart of the storm that gathered strength behind her. The Nuclavi shrieked, a sound that pierced the night and sent a tremor through the very fabric of the island. Darkness clashed with the silver light of the moon, and the two forces met in a chaotic dance of fury and resolve, a tempest that would decide the fate of Orkney once and for all. In a forgotten corner of ancient India, beneath the dark canopy of a gnarled banyan tree, a chilling tale whispers through the leaves. The moonlight flickers, casting eerie shadows that dance like phantoms across the ground. On nights heavy with silence, the ground seems to pulse with an unearthly energy, as if waiting for something or someone. The Vedala, a spectral being of both terror and allure, stirs from its slumber, awakening the dread and fascination of all who dare to speak its name. Legend has it that the Vedala is not merely a spirit but a vampire, one that haunts graveyards and seeks refuge in the husks of the dead. Stories passed down through generations describe it as a being that can animate corpses, turning them into macabre puppets. Imagine wandering through a desolate cemetery, the air thick with mist, only to feel the cold caress of a hand that is not alive. The Vedala is said to reside in decaying bodies, its presence a blend of fear and intrigue that grips the heart. The Vedala is often depicted as a trickster, a clever spirit that delights in riddles and challenges. Tales reveal that those who encounter this vampire spirit must engage in a battle of wits, for the Vedala poses questions with sinister undertones. What is stronger than death, it might ask, its voice echoing through the shadows. Those who cannot answer are doomed to become part of its eerie collection, their souls trapped in a twilight existence of eternal unrest. Take, for instance, the haunting story of Vikramaditya, the legendary king. Driven by a thirst for knowledge and a heart full of courage, he sets out on a quest to capture the elusive Vedala. As he ventures into the depths of the forest, the king feels a shiver run down his spine, a premonition of the dark forces at play. Each step seems heavier, as if the very ground conspires against him. He knows he must tread lightly, for the Vedala is always watching, its eyes glimmering with mischief from the shadows. The tale unfolds like a tapestry woven with threads of suspense and dread. With every encounter, Vikramaditya is faced with impossible riddles that tease the boundaries of his intellect. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? The stakes rise with each question, a reminder that failure means not just defeat, but a fate worse than death, ensnared by the Vedala's dark magic. Historical accounts from ancient texts paint a vivid picture of this vampire spirit, linking it to the larger mythology of India. The Vedala's roots stretch deep into the rich soil of cultural tales, resonating with echoes of ancient beliefs and fears. It is said that the Vedala embodies the struggles of humanity, representing the thin line between life and death, knowledge and ignorance. Those who dare to confront this spirit are often left with profound insights about their own existence, caught in the web of the Vedala's riddles, which challenge the very essence of what it means to be alive. As Vikramaditya's struggle intensifies, so does the haunting atmosphere. The forest grows darker, and the Vedala's laughter rings out like a sinister melody, weaving through the trees and wrapping around the king's heart. With every word, it pulls him deeper into a labyrinth of fear and fascination. The stakes are high, each riddle is a doorway to wisdom, but each misstep could seal his doom. The tension builds, and the air grows thick with the scent of danger. The stories evoke a sense of dread that lingers long after the tale is told. Villagers share hushed whispers around flickering fires, recounting the Vedala's chilling laughter and the way it can slip into dreams, invading the minds of the unsuspecting. Its icy fingers wrap around the hearts of those who dare to dismiss its power, drawing them into a trance of despair. It becomes clear that this vampiric spirit, with its thirst for souls, is not simply a figment of imagination but a reflection of our deepest fears. In every corner of the land, the Vedala is both feared and revered. Temples dedicated to the great spirits of the underworld stand as testaments to the duality of life and death. Statues depicting the Vedala, with its ghastly grin and piercing eyes, serve as guardians against the darkness. Devotees leave offerings, hoping to appease the spirit that holds sway over the boundaries of existence. There is a sense of impending doom, as the Vedala watches, waiting for the moment to strike, to ensnare the unwary in its web of questions and riddles. As Vikramaditya's saga unfolds, the tension mounts, drawing the reader into a world where the lines between life and death blur. Each answer he provides inches him closer to victory, yet the Vedala is relentless, its cunning growing more formidable with every riddle. The atmosphere crackles with energy, mirroring the king's escalating heart rate, a symphony of fear and anticipation that leaves no room for doubt. The story spirals into an abyss of uncertainty, where the Vedala is both the hunter and the hunted, a creature of the night that thrives on the thrill of the chase. In this world, the shadows are alive, teeming with spirits and stories longing to be told. With every heartbeat, the king confronts his destiny, the weight of his choices pressing down upon him like a shroud. And so, the chilling tale continues, a dance of shadows beneath the ancient banyan tree, a macabre waltz of life and death, knowledge and ignorance. The Vitala's laughter echoes in the night, and with each passing moment, the reader finds themselves drawn deeper into the enigma, a thread in the fabric of an age-old legend that refuses to let go. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the undulating sands of Giza. Shadows stretched long and mysterious, as if the very earth held its breath in reverence for the ancient figure that stood sentinel against time, the Great Sphinx. With its lion's body and human face, this colossal statue was not merely stone, it was a guardian, a riddle wrapped in enigma, a keeper of secrets long forgotten. An aura of mystique surrounded the Sphinx, compelling those who stood before it to ponder its purpose. Was it merely a statue, or did it hold the whispers of the past? Generations had gazed upon its withered features, feeling the weight of history in its watchful eyes. Built during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre around 2500 BCE, the Sphinx was more than a monumental sculpture. It symbolized power, protection, and the unyielding spirit of an ancient civilization. Legend spoke of its riddles, enigmatic puzzles that tested the wisdom of all who sought to pass. It was said that travelers, warriors, and scholars alike would approach the Sphinx, hoping to glean insight into their futures or the mysteries of the cosmos. Those who failed to answer its riddles were said to vanish, swallowed by the sands, their fates intertwined with the Sphinx's eternal watch. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who absorbed this history, knowing that answers were not just sought, they were demanded. On a fateful day, a lone wanderer named Amir approached the Sphinx, his heart pounding audibly in his chest. With each step, he felt the weight of ages pressing down on him, and the air crackled with anticipation. He had heard the tales, the eerie stories of those who had come before him and met their doom. Yet, he was driven by an insatiable curiosity, a need to unravel the mystery that had captivated minds for millennia. "Great Sphinx," he whispered, his voice trembling, "I seek your wisdom." The sun reflected off the statue's withered surface, casting a powerful glow that seemed to come alive, as if the very stone had ears to listen. But the Wendigo lurked just beneath the surface, its hunger clawing at him, urging him to make a choice. The fire crackled merrily, but the laughter that surrounded it twisted into something sinister. Matu's thoughts spiraled as he realized that the warmth of the fire was not enough to stave off the cold gnawing at his belly. The whispers grew louder, wrapping around him like a noose. "You must eat," they hissed, "or become one with the winter." In that moment of despair, Matu surrendered to the darkness swirling within him. The Wendigo had claimed him, body and soul, and he descended into the abyss of his own making. The shadow of the creature enveloped him, transforming him into something grotesque, a specter of his former self, driven by an unstoppable hunger. His once bright eyes dimmed, overtaken by the icy grip of the Wendigo's curse. As the moon hung high, casting an eerie glow over the snow, the forest came alive with the sounds of the hunt. Matu, now a vessel for the Wendigo, felt the pulse of the night beneath his skin. The air was thick with the scent of fear, and the thrill of the chase ignited a fire deep within him. He moved through the trees with an unnatural grace, a predator reborn in the cold embrace of winter. Yet, beneath the monstrous exterior, remnants of Matu's humanity flickered like dying embers. In fleeting moments, he glimpsed the faces of those he had lost to his insatiable appetite. Each visage brought forth a wave of sorrow, a reminder of what he had forsaken. But the hunger was relentless, drowning out the remnants of his past life. It was a cycle, a relentless loop of despair and gluttony that only grew stronger with each fleeting snowflake. Around campfires, elders shared tales of those who vanished into the woods, never to return. Mothers warned their children to stay close, to avoid the shadows that stretched between the trees. But the allure of the Wendigo was profound, and the stories only fueled the fire in the hearts of the desperate. As winter wore on, whispers of Matu's transformation spread like wildfire through the tribes. Those who ventured into the woods spoke of a ghostly figure, half-formed by the frost, eyes glimmering with a hunger that seemed to pierce the soul. The Wendigo had become a legend, a cautionary tale whispered in hushed tones around flickering fires. But legends have a way of evolving, of becoming something far more sinister. The Wendigo was not merely a spirit to be feared but a part of the landscape, an entity that thrived on despair, a dark reflection of humanity's most selfish impulses. In the heart of winter, as the nights grew longer and the air turned sharper, the Wendigo's presence was felt more acutely. It was said that those who lingered in the woods too long would hear the call of the creature, the haunting melody that echoed through the snow, a lullaby for the lost. It beckoned those who strayed too far from safety, promising warmth and comfort, only to ensnare them in its icy grip. As the forest whispered its secrets, the Wendigo remained, ever hungry, ever watchful, waiting for the next soul to succumb to the chilling embrace of winter. The shadows thickened, and the night held its breath, ready to swallow the unwary whole. It was a reminder that in the dance of survival, the line between predator and prey was as fragile as the ice beneath their feet, and the true horror lay not just in the creature lurking in the dark, but in the hearts of those who dared to wander too close. In the dim glow of an ancient fire, shadows danced beyond the flickering flames, twisting into strange shapes. Whispers floated on the wind, tales of unseen forces that hovered just beyond the edge of perception. Among the stories told to frighten children into obedience, one name sent shivers down spines: the Diva. These were no ordinary spirits, they were the embodiment of chaos, darkness, and the very essence of evil itself. In the realm of Zoroastrianism, where light battled darkness in an eternal struggle, the Diva stood as fierce opponents to Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity. Each Diva was an echo of humanity's deepest fears: greed, wrath, deceit, and despair. They lurked in the corners of minds, waiting for the moment when doubt would creep in, ready to pounce on any vulnerable heart. As tales of these wicked spirits spread, people would gather in the flickering light, their eyes wide with fear and wonder, clinging to the hope that the forces of good would prevail. The Diva were not born of mere imagination, they were rooted in the ancient lore of Persia. Scholars trace their origins back to the sacred texts, where the Gathas, the hymns of Zoroaster, spoke of their malevolent nature. The very word diva hinted at their destructive essence, a term that evolved from the Avestan language, meaning to deceive. These spirits thrived on lies and illusions, manipulating the hearts of mortals to lead them astray. The diva relished in the chaos they created, weaving webs of discord that ensnared the unsuspecting. In the dark corners of history, the diva found their way into the stories of kings and warriors. Legends tell of a mighty king, beset by the whispers of a diva that fed on his insecurities. As he gazed into the mirror, he saw not the noble ruler he was but a figure of failure, haunted by doubts that twisted his heart. The diva, with its insidious charm, drove him to madness, igniting a fierce fire within that consumed not just his enemies but his own people. Blood stained the ground, and in the end, the once great king was left a shell, a puppet in the hands of the very evil he sought to conquer. Yet, the diva were not mere shadows of despair, they were cunning and adaptive, their influence reaching into everyday life. They thrived in places of weakness, where arguments stirred and friendships frayed. They reveled in the discord of families, sowing seeds of mistrust and jealousy. A whispered word here, an offhand remark there, and the diva could shatter bonds that had taken years to build. Those caught in their grasp often found themselves at a loss, struggling against an invisible force that pushed them further into darkness. As the sun set over ancient Persia, stories were told of the diva's encounters with mortals. One tale echoed through the ages: a young woman, beautiful and kind-hearted, fell victim to the allure of a diva that took the form of a charming suitor. He spoke sweet words that wrapped around her heart like a silken thread, promising love and wealth. The diva whispered sweet lies, each one more intoxicating than the last, blinding her to the truth. Entranced, she abandoned her family and her dreams, only to find herself trapped in a world of betrayal and despair. The once bright light of her spirit diminished, overshadowed by the darkness that enveloped her, an all too familiar fate spun by the hands of the malevolent. But hope flickered like a candle in the wind. For every diva that thrived on chaos, there stood champions of light, warriors forged in the fires of righteousness. Zoroastrianism taught that the battle against the diva was not just external but internal. Each soul faced their own diva, a personal demon that sought to overwhelm them from within. It was said that in the quiet moments of reflection, when one confronted their fears and insecurities, the power of the diva waned. The light of truth pierced through the shadows, illuminating the path to redemption and strength. The stories of the diva did more than entertain, they served as vital lessons. Communities gathered around fires, sharing tales that warned of the consequences of succumbing to the diva's temptations. These were tales of caution, echoing through generations, reminding everyone that darkness lurked just beyond the threshold. The diva were not vanquished, they were a constant presence, a reminder of the fine line between light and darkness. In temples where the faithful prayed, the diva's influence was acknowledged with solemnity. Rituals were performed to ward off these nefarious spirits, invoking the protective presence of Ahura Mazda. As priests recited ancient prayers, the air thickened with a palpable tension, as if the diva themselves were lurking just out of sight, waiting for a moment of weakness. In that sacred space, the clash between good and evil raged silently, with every whispered prayer a strike against the forces that threatened to engulf the world in shadow. Yet, even the bravest hearts felt the weight of despair when confronted by the diva's relentless nature. In the quiet of the night, when doubts crept in like a thief, many found themselves staring into the abyss, wondering if they could ever truly escape the grip of evil. The diva, with their cunning and malice, seemed omnipresent, forever whispering, forever deceiving. In the tapestry of existence, where light fought against dark, the diva remained an indelible thread, woven into the very fabric of life. Their stories echoed with urgency, a reminder of the constant battle waged within every soul. The struggle was far from over, and as day turned to night, the shadows lengthened, carrying with them the promise of more tales steeped in fear and wonder. Tales that would continue to shape the hearts and minds of those who dared to dream of a brighter tomorrow. In the eerie twilight of ancient Greece, shadows danced across the craggy cliffs of a forgotten temple. The salty scent of the sea mingled with the faint whispers of legends long past. It was here, under the watchful gaze of the gods, that the tale of Medusa began, a tale not just of beauty, but of transformation and profound loss. At the edge of this sacred island, crumbling stones held secrets that twisted through time like the serpents coiling upon her head. Medusa was once a maiden of astonishing beauty, her golden hair cascading like rays of sunlight, drawing the admiration of all who beheld her. But beauty, as they say, can be a double-edged sword. One fateful day in Athena's temple, a moment of passion turned to tragedy. Poseidon, god of the sea, found himself entranced by Medusa's allure. In an instant, their fates intertwined, igniting a fury in Athena that would forever alter Medusa's destiny. The divine punishment was brutal. Medusa was transformed from a revered maiden to a monstrous being, her hair replaced by slithering serpents, her gaze capable of turning the strongest warrior into stone. The transformation was not just physical, it tore apart her very essence. The once celebrated beauty found herself lurking in shadows, shunned and feared. As she roamed the haunted caves of Athenian cliffs, Medusa became a symbol of despair, yet there was an unsettling power in the monster she had become. Legend spoke of her voice, once melodic, now a haunting wail echoing through the caverns, reflecting her tragic tale. Each lament resonated with the sorrow of betrayal, a shared grief that transcended time. Yet, amid the despair, glimmers of resilience sparkled within her. Medusa's eyes, once soft and inviting, became windows to her soul, a soul that demanded to be understood, not just feared. And so, her monstrous form became a shield, protecting the vulnerability hidden beneath. Those who dared to confront her were met with the chilling realization that her power went beyond mere petrification, it was a transformation of perception. In her wrath, she reflected back the darkest fears of humankind, forcing them to confront their own cowardice. Fateful encounters became the stuff of legend. Warriors, driven by glory and greed, sought to conquer the Gorgon. They marched toward her lair, swords gleaming in the dim light, hearts filled with bravado. But as they approached, the air thickened with tension, and the whispers of the wind turned into desperate prayers. It was said that one look into Medusa's eyes could strip away the bravado of the most courageous, turning them to stone, frozen in a moment of terror. Yet, unbeknownst to them, what lay beneath her hardened exterior was a heart yearning to be free, to reclaim the life stolen from her. Among those who dared to face her was Perseus, a hero blessed by the gods but burdened with the weight of his own destiny. Armed with a reflective shield, he approached Medusa not as a conqueror but as a seeker of truth. The clash between them was electric, the air crackling with tension as the promise of fate loomed overhead. With every strike of his sword, there was not just an attempt to slay a monster, but a desperate plea for understanding. Medusa, in all her horror, stood as a reminder of the power of transformation, not just for herself, but for those who bore witness to her story. As they faced one another, something extraordinary happened. In that fleeting moment, the lines between monster and hero blurred. Perseus, with his heart pounding and breath hitching, caught a glimpse of the anguish behind Medusa's eyes. In that shared gaze, the weight of their histories collided, revealing the profound truth about transformation. It is not just the outward change that defines one's fate, but the choices made in the face of sorrow and pain. With a swift strike, Perseus claimed victory, but it felt hollow. The severed head of Medusa, still alive with power, became a weapon, a symbol of both triumph and tragedy. Her legend did not die, it grew, echoing through the ages as a testament to the complexities of existence. Medusa, forever changed, became an object of fascination and fear, her story woven into the fabric of humanity's understanding of beauty, vulnerability, and the fierce power of transformation. But even in death, Medusa's spirit lingered, whispering to those who would listen. She became a dark muse for artists and poets, inspiring countless tales of sorrow and strength. Her legacy transcended her monstrous form, challenging the world to rethink the nature of beauty and the transformative power of pain. As the winds howled through the ancient ruins, her story echoed, waiting for someone brave enough to confront the truth of Medusa. The specter of her existence loomed, a haunting reminder that every monster has a story, and every transformation holds the potential for profound insight. Would the world ever understand her plight, or would Medusa remain a figure of fear, forever trapped in the shadows of her own making? And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a new chapter awaited. The tale of Medusa danced in the twilight, an eternal cycle of change, loss, and resilience. The echoes of her lament intertwined with the whispers of the wind, beckoning the brave and the curious to listen closely, for the true power of transformation lay not just in the act itself, but in the stories waiting to be told. On quiet nights, when the moon hangs heavy in the sky, the gentle lapping of the water against the shore is often accompanied by a haunting sound, a sorrowful wail that breaks the stillness, echoing through the darkness. Those who have heard it say it carries the weight of centuries of grief, a chilling reminder of the woman who roams the banks of rivers and lakes, her tears mingling with the water. She is La Llorona, the weeping woman, and her story is one of love, betrayal, and eternal sorrow. In the old towns of Mexico, under the watchful eyes of ancient trees, children gather around fires, their laughter fading into whispers as elders begin to speak of her. She was once a beautiful woman, known as Maria, they say, her name slipping through the air like a soft sigh. She loved a man who seemed to be everything to her, a man who promised the stars but chose another. As the flames flicker, shadows dance, and the faces of the listeners twist with a mixture of fear and fascination. This is not simply a tale, it is a warning. Maria's love story began like many fairy tales, with bright days and songs that filled the air. She was the envy of many, her beauty illuminating the village, drawing eyes wherever she went. But her heart belonged to a man who, despite his charming words, had a heart as fickle as the wind. Their love thrived in secret, like a flower blooming in the harshest of deserts, but when the seasons changed, so did his affection. After years of devotion, he cast her aside for another, leaving her heart shattered like glass. The ache of betrayal twisted her insides, and before long, that love turned into an all-consuming despair. The tale takes a darker turn as the despair morphed into rage, and in a moment of unfathomable sorrow, Maria committed the most tragic act of all. In a fit of madness, she took her children's lives, believing that if she couldn't have their father, she would not let him have them. The moment after was frozen in time, the weight of her actions crashed down like a storm. Heart pounding in her chest, she realized what she had done. The screams of her children pierced her soul, drowning any remnants of love she may have felt. She ran to the river, her cries mixing with the waters as she searched for them, her fingers clawing at the surface, desperate to bring them back. But the river offered no solace, only the reflection of a mother transformed into a specter of sorrow. In the aftermath, the villagers found her, a shadow of her former self, wailing into the night, her cries echoing through the valley. They say the river swallowed her sorrow, and with it, her spirit was bound to the water, eternally searching for her lost children. The ghost of La Llorona was born, a figure of mourning who wanders the shores, her silhouette barely visible, her cries chilling the bones of those who dare to venture near. Beware, the elders warn. If you hear her weeping, it may be too late. She will mistake your children for her own. Their words hang in the air, heavy with warning. Many claim to have seen her, a white figure gliding over the water, eyes hollow, endlessly searching. Some say her hair flows like a river of darkness, and others swear they've seen her reach toward the living, her desperate hands grasping for the warmth of what she lost. Yet, there are those who brush off her tale as mere superstition, an old story told to scare children into obedience. But as the nights grow darker, even the skeptics feel a shiver crawl slowly up their spine. The air becomes thick with a sense of something watching, something waiting. They hear the whispers of the trees, the rustle of leaves that seem to call them closer to the water's edge. Just as the children are told to stay away, they feel an unexplainable pull, a force that draws them closer to the riverbanks. As the moon rises high, illuminating the surface of the water, a child named Diego wanders away from his family's fire. The laughter of his cousins fades, replaced by the sound of the water lapping gently at the shore. He feels a chill creep over him, but curiosity pushes him forward. Just a peek, he thinks, drawn to the shimmering surface that reflects the stars like a million tiny candles. As he approaches, he catches sight of a figure in white, her back turned, her hair cascading like a waterfall into the darkened water. Is it really her? He wonders, heart racing. The stories flood back to him, warnings of the weeping woman. His breath catches in his throat as he hesitates, torn between fear and fascination. He takes a shaky step forward, and the moment his foot touches the cold earth, the figure turns. Eyes filled with an unending sorrow meet his, and he feels the weight of 1,000 tears pressing down on him. With a voice that carries the echoes of the ages, she whispers, "Where are my children?" The sound pierces the night, wrapping around him like icy fingers. Diego steps back, fear coursing through his veins, but he cannot look away. There's something in her mournful gaze that speaks of loss so profound, it paralyzes him with empathy. Maria, La Llorona, stands before him, caught between the world of the living and the dead, searching for the warmth of life that was stolen from her. The air thickens as he feels her pain, the sheer weight of her lost love, the ghostly presence of the children she yearns for. His heart races, caught in a battle of instinct and compassion, as he witnesses the essence of a woman forever trapped in a cycle of grief. And just like that, the night takes a turn. The once quiet waters begin to swirl, responding to Maria's anguish. Shadows ripple across the surface, and the wind carries her cries further into the night, a siren song that beckons the unwary closer. Diego's breath quickens, the stories of his childhood rushing back, a flood of warnings and fears. "Run," a voice echoes somewhere in the distance, but he is rooted to the spot, mesmerized by the figure before him. The pain in her eyes is palpable, her story unfolding like a tragic tapestry woven with threads of despair and madness. The divide between life and death seems to thin, and in that moment, the weight of history floods over him, every tale told, every warning whispered, crystallizing into a single moment of understanding. La Llorona reaches out, her hand trembling as she calls to him, her voice a haunting melody that fills the air with sorrow. "Help me find them," she pleads, and something changes in the air around them, a tension that crackles like electricity. The weight of her sorrow pulls at his heart, and in that moment, he knows he stands at the threshold of two worlds, the living and the lost. The river churns beneath the moonlight, an echo of the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. As shadows deepen and the night seems to stretch, Diego feels the pull of her pain, a connection that binds him to this ghost of tragedy. The stories are no longer just tales told by the fire. They are alive, breathing, wrapped around him in an embrace that is both chilling and oddly comforting. The air thickens with the promise of more stories yet untold, more connections yet to be made. As the howling wind stirs the trees around them, the cries of La Llorona fill the night, weaving a tapestry of sorrow that refuses to fade. And in that moment, the tale of the weeping woman continues, her story destined to intertwine with countless others, a legacy of love and loss that transcends time, echoing forever in the waters that cradle her despair. Under the cloak of night, the air thickened with an unsettling chill, whispering secrets of creatures that skulked in shadows. In the small, almost forgotten town of Canavanas, Puerto Rico, the moon hung low, casting a silver glow over the landscape. Here, the cries of livestock echoed through the stillness, a haunting prelude to the chilling tales that stirred in hushed voices around bonfires and kitchen tables. It was here that the legend of the Chupacabra took root, intertwining the mundane with the fantastical, and blurring the lines between guardian and monster. The Chupacabra, with its piercing red eyes and spines that ran like jagged knives down its back, became a specter of fear, a creature that emerged in the wake of tragedy. Farmers awoke to find their goats drained of blood, lifeless bodies sprawled in the moonlight, creating a tapestry of terror across the fields. Each loss deepened the lore, transforming a simple predator into something far more sinister. Locals spoke in hushed tones about an ancient guardian, a creature that walked the line between this world and the next, a harbinger of the underworld that demanded respect, fear, and reverence. As night fell, stories morphed into legends, legends sparked imaginations, and imaginations birthed dread. The Chupacabra was more than a myth, it was a living nightmare woven into the fabric of everyday life. Children learned to avoid the dark corners of their backyards, eyes wide with the terror of the unknown. Adults, too, found themselves glancing over their shoulders, hearts racing at the thought of being watched by something unseen. They shared their fears, believing that acknowledging the creature would somehow empower it, transforming the Chupacabra from a distant whisper into a palpable presence thick in the air. In the quiet corners of Puerto Rico, an unsettling pattern began to emerge. Reports of the Chupacabra sightings reached fever pitch, its eyes glowing like embers in the dark, its growls echoing through the valleys. Some claimed it was a guardian of the underworld, a being sent to maintain the balance between life and death. Others insisted it was a mere myth, a figment of collective hysteria fueled by loss and the need for an explanation in a world that often felt chaotic and cruel. As the tales circulated, they grew richer, more vivid, and yet more terrifying. The Chupacabra's significance transcended mere folklore, it became a symbol of the struggle against unseen forces. Farmers spoke of the creature as an entity that exacted retribution for their failures in caring for the land and their livestock. Was the creature a punishment for negligence? Or perhaps a reminder of the delicate balance between man and nature? Each lost goat became not just a meal for a predator, but a reflection of a deeper truth, a confrontation with mortality that echoed through the generations. As dusk turned to darkness, the air crackled with tension. The townspeople, with their faces etched in worry, gathered in circles, recounting their narrow escapes from the clutches of the Chupacabra. Some described how they had seen it prowling along the edges of their fields, muscles taut, ready to pounce, while others swore they heard its haunting cries echoing in the distance, an otherworldly sound that sent shivers down their spines. In the dim light, fear turned to fascination, and fascination warped back to fear, creating a dizzying spiral of emotion that seemed to summon the creature closer. Amidst these tales, a whisper persisted, hinting at the origins of the Chupacabra. Some believed it was born from the myths of ancient civilizations, a remnant of the indigenous Taino people's beliefs, a testament to their deep connection with nature and the spirits that inhabited it. Others pointed to genetic experiments gone wrong, creatures abandoned by science, but the truth remained elusive. The Chupacabra was both a guardian and a menace, a paradox that brought the community together in shared fear while simultaneously driving them apart with suspicion. As the story spread, they infiltrated the consciousness of not just Puerto Rico, but the wider world. News outlets picked up the tale, sensationalizing the creature, turning it into a global phenomenon. People from far and wide began to explore the dark corners of the island, armed with cameras and flashlights, seeking the truth behind the legend. The Chupacabra transformed from a localized terror into an international curiosity, its aura ever more potent as it eluded capture and understanding. Through the years, the creature's form morphed in the minds of the people. It became a symbol of their fears, fear of the unknown, fear of loss, and fear of what lurked just beyond the reach of light. The chupacabra was no longer just a monster, it was a reflection of the human spirit, a reminder that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved. The people of Canavanas, caught in the web of their own narratives, could never quite escape the pull of the chupacabra, a creature that embodied the fragility of life and the inevitability of death. The stories continued to weave themselves into the fabric of life in the town, a living tapestry of dread and wonder. Each generation added its own brushstroke, each tale resonating with the echoes of those before. The chupacabra remained an ever-present specter, a guardian of the underworld that existed just beyond the veil of reality. And as long as fear and curiosity thrived, the legend would endure, an eternal loop that drew in both the brave and the foolish, enticing them to confront the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface. Each moonlit night brought a new tale, a fresh encounter, a reminder that the chupacabra was never far from their thoughts. In Canavanas, the legend thrived, breathing life into the shadows, beckoning those who dared to listen, daring them to confront the very essence of fear and the unknown. The water shimmered under the pale moonlight, casting eerie reflections that danced like restless spirits. On the banks of the river, a chill settled in the air, hinting at the ancient tales woven into the fabric of Japan. Legend spoke of creatures lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the unsuspecting to tread too close. Among them was the kappa, a water spirit with a reputation that sent shivers down many a spine. In the quiet hours of the night, the kappa was said to emerge from its watery home, its green skin glistening under the stars. The creature, with its distinct shell on its back and the unmistakable depression on its head, was not merely a trickster but a guardian of the waterways. Yet, it held a darker role, one that entwined with the fate of the living and the dead. As the water gurgled softly against the rocks, whispers of Kappa's encounters with souls who dared to cross into the afterlife filled the air, stories that had been passed down through generations. In one particularly haunting tale, a brave fisherman named Kaito ventured out on a stormy night, determined to catch the largest fish in the river. As he cast his net into the furious waters, he felt an odd pull from below. It wasn't the tug of a fish, but something far more sinister. Kaito's heart raced as he peered into the swirling depths, and there, staring back at him, was the wide-eyed gaze of a kappa. The creature beckoned him closer, its webbed fingers curling enticingly, promising riches and glory in exchange for one simple favor. "Just a drop of your blood," the kappa hissed, its voice a chilling melody that echoed through the night. Kaito hesitated, the weight of his decision heavy upon him. Legends had warned of Kappa's deceit, yet the temptation was strong. With a single cut, he offered his blood, sealing his fate and awakening the creature's darker intentions. From that moment on, Kaito was bound to the river and its keeper. Days turned into weeks, and Kaito realized too late the price of his bargain. The kappa, with a wicked grin, began to haunt him. Every night, it would rise from the depths, whispering secrets of the afterlife, promising to guide him to eternal peace, but at a cost. Kaito soon found himself trapped between the world of the living and the mysterious realm of the dead. The lush, verdant banks of the river transformed into a landscape of shadows and whispers. Friends and family who had once filled his days with laughter now drifted like distant memories, their faces blurring into the mist. Across the archipelago, villagers shared tales of the kappa's mischief, how it would lure children into the water, promising to teach them the secrets of swimming, but instead dragging them into its watery lair. Parents warned their little ones to stay away from the rivers and ponds, to watch their bodies and their shadows, for the kappa was always watching, waiting for the moment of vulnerability. The stories were chilling but necessary, protecting the innocent from the creature's grasp. Yet, the kappa was not entirely malevolent. In some tales, it was a helper of rice farmers, using its magical powers to ensure bountiful harvests. It was said that if one were to properly respect the kappa, offering cucumbers as tribute, they would be rewarded with prosperity. Children would run along the riverbanks, tossing cucumbers into the water, giggling as they imagined the joy of the creature below. But still, the undercurrent of fear lingered, a reminder that beneath the surface of every friendly gesture lay the potential for darkness. As Kaito wandered through his twilight existence, he began to notice the faces of the dead emerging from the mist. They spoke to him in hushed tones, their eyes filled with longing and sorrow. Some were lost souls, trapped like him, caught in the web spun by the kappa. Others were ancestors, whispering forgotten wisdom, sharing tales of their own encounters with the water creature. Kaido felt the weight of their stories pressing down on him, urging him to remember his humanity and fight against the pull of the Kappa. The nights grew longer, and Kaido's resolve began to waver. In moments of clarity, he would gaze into the water, searching for a way to escape the Kappa's grasp. The gentle moonlight revealed fleeting glimpses of the world beyond, fields of rice swaying in the breeze, laughter echoing from the villages, and the warm embrace of the sun. These memories became his lifeline, guiding him through the darkness, urging him to resist the Kappa's lure. One fateful night, driven by desperation, Kaido devised a plan. He would confront the Kappa and demand his freedom. As he stood at the water's edge, the Kappa arose, a twisted smile stretching across its face. "You dare challenge me," it hissed, the water swirling around it like a tempest. Kaido's heart pounded in his chest, but he stood firm, recalling the faces of the lost souls and the stories they had shared. He spoke with conviction, weaving a tapestry of his love for life, the beauty of human connections, and the duty to honor the memories of those who had come before him. The Kappa paused, its expression shifting from malice to contemplation. For the first time, Kaido saw a flicker of something deeper in its eyes, a longing for connection, perhaps even a hint of regret. The air thickened with tension, the boundary between the living and the dead hanging by a thread. Would Kaido's plea be enough to break the Kappa's hold, or would he remain bound to the river for eternity? As the night wore on, the water bubbled with energy, swirling around them in a dance of life and death. Kaido felt the weight of the lost souls behind him, their hopes and fears intertwined with his own. The Kappa's gaze bore into him, searching for a crack in his resolve, a sign of weakness. But Kaido held strong, channeling the memories of laughter, warmth, and love that had once filled his life. The river rumbled, as if caught in a battle of wills. Would the Kenny Kappa relinquish its hold, or would it drag Kaido deeper into its watery realm, forever entwined in darkness? The weight of history hung heavy, each moment stretching into eternity, as the fate of Kaido and the Kappa danced on the precipice of life and the afterlife. In that charged moment, time stood still, and the world around them faded into shadows, leaving only the pulse of the river and the heartbeat of a soul fighting for freedom. In the shadowy corners of ancient Greece, where the whispers of the wind told tales of gods and heroes, there existed a haunting presence, the Cerberus. These were no ordinary spirits, they were the embodiment of death itself, fierce and relentless. The night was their cloak, and the chill in the air seemed to carry their essence, a bone-deep chill that warned of their approach. They danced like shadows on the battlefield, their laughter mingling with the cries of the dying, a macabre symphony that echoed through the ages. Each cur was a dark reflection of mortality, dressed in tattered robes that hung like shrouds around their ethereal forms. Their eyes glimmered with a mix of sorrow and hunger, a haunting reminder that life was fleeting and fragile. They were said to be the daughters of Nyx, the night itself, born from the swirling chaos of the universe. From the moment of their birth, they were destined to haunt the living, forever tied to the cycle of life and death. This was their charge, and they embraced it with an unsettling fervor. On the blood-soaked fields of battle, the Cerberus reveled in the chaos. They were drawn to the scent of fear, the metallic taste of blood that filled the air as brave warriors fell to the ground, their dreams extinguished in an instant. The Cerberus would glide over the carnage, their silent laughter echoing in the hearts of the living, a reminder that death was never far behind. Their fingers, long and skeletal, reached out to grasp the souls of the fallen, pulling them into the cold embrace of the afterlife. One could almost hear the whispers of the Cerberus as they hovered over a fallen soldier, a young man whose life had just begun. His eyes, once filled with hope and dreams, now stared blankly at the sky. The Cerberus circled him, their presence heavy and oppressive, each breath he took tinged with the knowledge that his time was up. They sang a haunting lullaby, a melody that resonated with both despair and acceptance, as if urging him to let go of the burdens of the world and embrace the eternal night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a deep crimson hue across the sky, the Cerberus took flight, their wings like shadows unfurling against the dying light. They were not just takers of life, they were also guardians of the souls that passed into the unknown. Some say the Cerberus guided the spirits to the underworld, a dark realm ruled by Hades, where they would find peace, or perhaps endless torment, depending on the lives they had led. The Caris were both feared and revered, for they held the power to decide the fate of souls, and their will was as unpredictable as the changing winds. In those days, the ancients understood the delicate balance between life and death. They carved images of the Caris into stone, depicting them as both beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of the inevitable fate that awaited all mortals. These images adorned temples and tombs, a testament to the respect they commanded. The Caris were not mere specters, they were woven into the very fabric of existence, entwined with the stories of heroes and gods, a constant reminder of the fragility of the human experience. As the moon rose high in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the world, the Caris gathered in a darkened grove, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. It was a moment of unity amidst the chaos, a shared understanding of their purpose. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices like the rustling of dry leaves, discussing the souls they had claimed and those yet to come. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of life, a reminder that every death unlocked a new chapter for the living. But the Caris were not without their own emotions. Beneath their cold exteriors lay a reservoir of sorrow, a longing for the lives they had once known. Many believed that they, too, were once mortal, tethered to the earth before their transformation into death's harbingers. This connection to humanity made them more than mere spirits, it made them tragic figures, doomed to witness the end of life without the chance to experience it themselves. Even as they reached out to claim souls, there was a flicker of regret in their eyes, a hint of the lives they could never have. Night after night, the Caris roamed the earth, their presence interwoven with the stories of those who lived and died. They became a part of the fabric of human existence, a reminder that life is both a gift and a curse, and that every moment is precious. The warriors on the battlefield became legends, their stories immortalized in song and verse, but the Caris remained nameless, their roles often overlooked. Yet, they were the silent witnesses to all, the guardians of the last breath, the ones who could make the brave tremble in fear with just a whisper. As dawn approached, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink, the Caris retreated into the shadows, their laughter fading with the darkness. They left behind a world forever changed, a tapestry of life and death interwoven with their essence. The sun rose, but the knowledge of the Caris lingered in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Life went on, but the specter of death was always present, waiting just beyond the horizon, reminding everyone that the Caris were never truly gone. They existed in the silence, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the flicker of a candle's flame. And so, the Caris continued their eternal dance, the female death spirits who haunted the edges of existence, forever entwined with the lives they touched, the dreams they shattered, and the souls they claimed, waiting patiently for the next moment when life would yield to death, and their laughter would ring once more in the stillness of the night. In the shadow of the craggy Albanian mountains, whispers of the Striga curl through the night like tendrils of fog. It's said that she waits, her dark form cloaked in the blackness of a moonless night, stalking the dreams of the unsuspecting. Villagers speak of her in hushed tones, their voices trembling as they recount tales of children who vanish, their laughter silenced by the silent, grasping claws of the witch. On a night when the stars hid behind heavy clouds, a young boy named Drighton lay in his bed, unaware that the terror of the Striga was creeping closer. His mother, worn from toil yet strong in spirit, had warned him about the creature who would come to steal his soul if he dared drift into restless sleep. "Keep your window closed, and don't look outside after dark," she murmured, her eyes flickering with fear as she tucked him in. But Drighton, with the innocence of youth, could hardly believe such stories could be anything more than tales spun to keep children in line. As the hours crept by, the faintest sounds of claws scratching against the wooden shutters echoed through the quiet house. A chill swept through the air, wrapping around Drighton like a shroud. He blinked, fighting the weight of sleep that threatened to pull him under. The old village tales flared in his mind. The Striga, with her twisted, bony fingers and eyes that glowed like dying embers, would invade dreams, siphoning away the very life force of her victims. Suddenly, the world outside became alive with the sinister rustle of leaves. Drighton's heart raced as he recalled the warning. He turned over, trying to block out the noise, but it grew louder. The scratching sound turned to a soft, almost melodic hum, a lullaby that danced in the night air, promising comfort, even as it whispered of danger. The Striga had found him. Her figure was a shadow among shadows, slinking through the night like a predator. With each step, she pulled a layer of darkness around her, as if the very night conspired to hide her dreadful existence. Those who had crossed her path spoke of her mesmerizing beauty, a haunting beauty that masked the horror within. Long ago, she was a woman, once loved, once cherished, but her heart twisted with envy and greed, transforming her into a creature of nightmares. In a forgotten time, she had roamed the earth as an ordinary person. But betrayal, jealousy, and an insatiable hunger for power led her to dark magic. The stories say she made a deal with forces that should never be summoned, earning the title of Soul Stealer, while losing her humanity in the process. Her laughter, once innocent, became a chilling echo of despair. Dryden squeezed his eyes shut, but the lullaby grew louder, wrapping around him like chains. The Striga's presence seeped into his bones, creeping into his thoughts. He could sense her looming just outside, waiting for his resolve to weaken. It was said that she preyed on the innocent, swooping down upon the vulnerable, silencing their cries with a single breath that extinguished all hope. Would he be her next victim? As the clock ticked ominously, the shutters rattled violently, and Dryden's heart thundered in his chest. He opened his eyes to find the window ajar, a chilling wind rushing in like a breath from the grave. The air grew thick with a sense of dread, and his gaze drifted toward the small opening. There, just beyond the pane, he saw her, a figure outlined in darkness, her face obscured, yet her eyes glowed with a fierce desire. His breath caught in his throat. Those eyes, how could something so alive seem so empty? They beckoned him, a mix of promise and peril that no child could resist. He felt drawn to her, as if she were the only thing holding the world together, yet the stories of despair echoed in his mind, urging him to flee. With a sharp intake of breath, he sprang from his bed and raced for the door, ignoring the cold sweat clinging to his skin. But the shadows wrapped around him like a shroud, twisting his vision and pulling at his limbs. The Striga's voice slithered through the air, a honeyed whisper that filled his ears with promises of comfort, of safety. "Come to me, little one," she sang, a tune so sweet yet laced with venom. "I can take away your fears, your pain." But Dryden remembered his mother's words. He wouldn't let the darkness in. He stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the floorboards, his heart pounding like a war drum. The Striga advanced, her form shifting and undulating, an omen of despair that seemed to breathe with every flicker of the dim light. A crash echoed from the kitchen, the sound of his mother stirring, perhaps sensing the disturbance in the air. The Striga paused, her eyes narrowing. For a heartbeat, Dryden saw a flicker of frustration cross her otherwise frozen features, as if she was unwilling to be interrupted. "Time is fleeting, little boy," she hissed, her voice a blend of silk and steel. "You've only moments before you succumb to the night. Come, let me show you." With a final push of will, Dryden sprinted towards the door, flinging it open as he dashed into the cold embrace of the night. He stumbled into the moonlight, feeling its warmth, a stark contrast to the chilling presence that haunted him. His mother's voice called out, a lifeline in the darkness. But the Striga remained, her laughter trailing behind him like smoke, sinister yet alluring. The villagers had often spoken of the Striga's lair, a cursed place hidden within the mountains, where the lost souls lingered, trapped by their own desires. But Dryden had never believed it could be real, until now. With every step he took, he could almost feel the weight of the souls she had stolen, a cacophony of whispers rising and falling with the wind. As he ran, shadows danced around him, and the night seemed to stretch endlessly, a labyrinth of fear and longing. In the distance, the silhouette of the mountains loomed, stark against the sky, and he knew he could not turn back. Not until he faced the truth of the Striga. Not until he understood the darkness that gripped his homeland. With every heartbeat, the stories of the Striga came alive, and the boy became a thread in the tapestry of fate woven by her wicked hands. The night was far from over, and the hunt had only just begun. On the banks of the Congo River, mist clung to the water's surface, twisting and curling like ghostly fingers reaching for the land. The locals whispered tales of a great beast lurking beneath the murky depths, a creature so ancient it was woven into the fabric of their history and culture. Mokombembe, they called it, a name that sent shivers down the spine and stirred the restless air. Was it a cryptid, merely a figment of imagination, or perhaps something far more profound? Many who dared to seek the truth would find themselves questioning not just the existence of this creature, but their own beliefs about life, death, and the mysteries that lie beyond. The stories reached back generations, echoing through the canopies of the rainforest. In the shadows, the elders recounted the Mokumbembe as a guardian of the dead. According to legend, it would protect the souls of those lost to the river, guiding them safely to the afterlife. Villagers described it as a massive, long-necked creature, reminiscent of the dinosaurs that had walked the earth millions of years ago. They spoke of its great size and strength, a creature that could tip boats with a single swipe of its tail, leaving terror in its wake. Yet, despite the fear it invoked, the Mokumbembe was also a symbol of hope, a protector, a bridge between the living and the departed. One can almost hear the drumbeats of ancient rituals resonating through the trees, a sound that connected the past with the present. The people believed that to see Mokumbembe was both a blessing and a curse. It was said that those who glimpsed its massive form would face trials but gain wisdom in return. The elders had seen it, they claimed, their eyes sparkling with the light of experiences that only they could fathom. The younger generations listened, spellbound by the vivid imagery and the weight of tradition that hung in the air like the mist itself. But not all who sought this creature were motivated by reverence. Adventurers, scientists, and thrill-seekers flocked to the Congo with dreams of capturing proof of the Mokumbembe. They envisioned fame, discovery, and the thrill of the hunt. Yet, what they often found was disappointment and fear. The jungle was unforgiving, lush yet treacherous, filled with unseen dangers lurking in the shadows. Those who ventured too far into the depths of the forest sometimes returned haunted, their minds filled with visions of the beast, but never with solid evidence. The stories of their encounters faded into the background of local lore, reinforcing the idea that the Mokumbembe was not merely a creature of flesh and bone, it was something more, something otherworldly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the landscape, the river began to stir. The locals held their breath, staring at the water with a mixture of fear and awe. Would tonight be the night? Would the guardian reveal itself? The tension in the air thickened, every rustle of leaves and ripple of water sending chills through the onlookers. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting for the moment when the boundaries between this life and the next blurred, and the Mokumbembe would rise from the depths, a silhouette against the twilight sky. In the deep of the night, when all seemed still, a figure emerged. Massive and majestic, it glided through the water with an elegance that defied its size. Witnesses claimed to have seen its long neck arch gracefully, breaking the surface with a splash that echoed like thunder. The sight was both beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of the power of nature and the mysteries it contains. The creature's eyes held an ancient wisdom, a depth that spoke of ages past, filled with stories of love and loss, life and death. Those who experienced the phenomenon at the river spoke of a deep longing that stirred within them, a pull to understand the world beyond the tangible. Some wept for those who had passed away, feeling the presence of lost loved ones in the air. They believed that the Mokumbembe was not just a beast, but a guardian, a comforting presence watching over them, ensuring that no soul was left behind. The tears mingled with the river water, a sacred connection between the living and the dead, forged by the whispers of the mighty creature. As the dawn broke, the river's surface shimmered like glass, reflecting the brightening sky. The locals gathered, sharing their stories, bolstered by the night's events. The Mokumbembe was no longer just a legend, it was a profound force that intertwined their existence with the spiritual realm. They spoke in hushed tones of how the beast would appear whenever the balance was threatened. A protector of the river, a keeper of peace, the Mokumbembe was both revered and feared. Its presence was a reminder of the fragility of life and the echoes of those who had walked before them. Yet, with each tale told, the question lingered in the air: was it truly a guardian, or merely a cryptid, a remnant of an age long gone? Scientists pressed on, driven by curiosity, eager to untangle the threads of myth and reality. They came equipped with cameras, sonar equipment, and the latest technology, but the jungle remained a stubborn guardian of its secrets. The creature evaded capture, slipping through their fingers like water, teasing with glimpses but never allowing for proof. As the villagers continued their morning rituals, they sensed a growing unease. The Mokumbembe, once seen as a protector, was becoming a harbinger of change. Whispers of ecological imbalance reached their ears. The river's flow was shifting, fish populations dwindling, and the once thriving jungle showing signs of distress. The elders feared that the guardian was not just a passive observer but an active participant in the delicate dance of life and death. What would happen if it chose to withdraw its protection? What if the creature, once a symbol of unity, turned into a harbinger of doom? With a shared sense of urgency, the villagers prepared to face whatever lay ahead. They gathered at the riverside, united in prayer and song, hoping to reach out to the ancient spirit that watched over them. The haunting melodies echoed through the trees, intertwining with the sounds of the forest, creating a tapestry of sound that resonated with the very essence of life. Each note was a plea, a call to the Mokombembe, a desperate hope that its presence would remain, that balance would be restored. As they sang, the waters began to stir once more, a ripple of movement that brought all eyes to the river's edge. The legend was alive, and the Mokombembe was watching, its gaze piercing through the fog of doubt and uncertainty that had enveloped them. In that moment, the line between reality and myth blurred. They were no longer just villagers, they were part of a story that transcended time and space, intertwined with a creature that held the key to their destinies. And as the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the water in a golden hue, the promise of something greater loomed just beneath the surface, waiting to be unveiled, waiting to challenge their understanding of life itself. Beneath the sprawling branches of the Ashvatha, the sacred fig tree, a hush fell over those who sought its solace. Here, time flowed differently, where whispers of the ancient mingled with the rustling leaves, a realm of the living and the departed. The tree stood tall, its roots plunging deep into the earth, a bridge between worlds, nourishing both life and the shadows beneath. In centuries past, the Ashvatha was revered by yogis and sages, who found wisdom in its wide, protective embrace. They spoke of its mystical properties, how it sheltered the human spirit while simultaneously guarding the secrets of the underworld. To sit beneath its boughs was to feel the heartbeat of the world pulse in tandem with one's own, comforting yet haunting, like echoes of laughter from a time long gone. Legends told of the great warrior Arjuna, who found guidance from Lord Krishna beneath the Ashvatha. The tree bore witness as the two engaged in profound conversations about duty and destiny, its serrated leaves whispering truths lost to the ages. Arjuna felt the weight of his choices pressing down on him, yet the presence of the tree offered solace, as if the very fibers of its being wrapped around him, reminding him of the balance between life and death, light and dark. But the Ashvatha was more than just a silent observer in the dance of fate. It served as a reminder of the cyclical nature of existence. The sacred fig tree was said to be rooted in the underworld, its branches stretching into the heavens, a visual echo of the journey of the soul. As dusk fell and twilight painted the sky in shades of indigo and violet, the air thickened with the stories of those who had passed, their souls intertwining with the living through the very roots of the Ashvatha. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of how the tree bore witness to the passage of ancestors, those who lingered just beyond the veil, offering guidance through dreams and omens. Mothers would gather their children beneath its sprawling canopy, teaching them the ancient tales of their forebears. The teachings of life, love, and loss floated on the cool night breeze, resonating with every heart that dared to listen. As the moon hung high, casting silvery beams upon the Ashvatha, a flicker of movement caught the eye of a lone traveler. She approached with caution, feeling the weight of the night bearing down on her. The tree seemed to beckon, its branches swaying gently, almost as if inviting her to uncover the mysteries it held close. Her heart raced as she stepped forward, drawn to the sacred energy that pulsed within the ancient trunk. With reverence, she placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the stories of time seep into her fingertips. Memories of ancestors coursed through her veins, intertwining with her own. In that moment, she understood the truth of the Ashvatha, a living testament to all who had come before and all who would follow. The tree was a guardian, holding close the whispers of the forgotten and the echoes of unfulfilled dreams. Time seemed to stand still as she closed her eyes, allowing the sensations to wash over her. She felt the pull of the underworld, its darkness whispering promises of comfort and connection. The Ashvatha stood as a constant, a reminder that death was merely a passage, not an end. The roots of the tree intertwined with the spirits of the departed, creating a tapestry of existence that blurred the lines between the seen and unseen. Yet, Not all who approached the Ashvatha did so with pure intentions. There were those who sought to exploit its power, their hearts heavy with greed. Whispers of dark rituals began to swirl among the villagers, tales of the tree being used for selfish gains. The sacred fig, once revered, stood at the brink of being tainted, a battleground between the forces of light and shadow. The weight of this darkness loomed large as a storm gathered in the distance. Lightning flashed, illuminating the Ashvatha in an ethereal glow, its roots quivering with the energy that surrounded it. The traveler felt a tremor beneath her feet, a warning. As the skies opened and rain poured down, the tree stood resolute, its branches reaching out as if to shield the earth from the tempest. The winds howled, carrying with them the cries of wandering souls, desperate for release. In that moment of chaos, a figure stepped forward from the shadows, a priestess adorned in the symbols of the ancients. She had come to protect the Ashvatha, her heart a flame of determination. With a voice that wove through the storm, she called upon the spirits of the ancestors, invoking their strength to cleanse the darkness threatening the sacred tree. The air crackled with energy as she danced around the trunk, her movements fluid and fierce. The storm seemed to respond to her call, the wind swirling with an intensity that echoed the turmoil within her. The traveler, captivated by the scene before her, felt the energy surge around her, the pulse of the Ashvatha resonating with her own heartbeat. As the two women, one an unwitting seeker, the other a fierce protector, stood united before the ancient fig, the boundaries between life and death blurred, revealing the intricate web that connected them all. The roots of the Ashvatha dug deeper, pulling at the very fabric of existence, and with them, the memories of those who had passed began to rise, swirling in a dance of light and shadow. With each heartbeat, the traveler felt a call to action stir within her. The tree's legacy, the stories of her ancestors, and the promise of the future intertwined in a moment suspended in time. The storm raged on, but within the embrace of the Ashvatha's branches, a new chapter was about to unfold, one where the connections of the living and the dead would intertwine, echoing through the ages in a symphony of life, death, and rebirth. In the stillness of a moonlit night, the air thick with the weight of unspoken words, a chilling whisper fluttered through the trees. It was said that the Kamori, spirits in the guise of bats, would emerge from the shadows, their presence a reminder of life's fragile thread. The very thought sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. In the age-old villages of Japan, where the fabric of life danced closely with the afterlife, these creatures were not mere animals, they were the harbingers of fate itself, woven into the very essence of existence and death. In rural Japan, the sight of a bat flitting across the sky was an omen, a signal of impending changes. Farmers would pause their toil, their hands stained with earth, as they looked up to the darkening sky. The Kamori were believed to be the souls of the departed, drifting between worlds. Their silent wings whispered stories of lingering regrets and unfinished business. To see one was to face the unknown, to confront the unseen threads connecting the living to the dead. Amidst the fields of golden rice, old men would gather at dusk, their voices low as they spoke of the Kamori. They are watchers, one would say, eyes dim yet ignited with ancient wisdom. They guide the souls who wander too far from their resting places. Mothers would hush their children when a bat passed overhead, for they knew that to disturb a Kamori was to invite chaos into their lives. The connection between these creatures and the afterlife was not just folklore, it was a truth sewn into the very fabric of their existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the landscape, stories of the Kamori grew darker. Villagers spoke of nights when the air turned cold, when the soft rustle of bat wings was punctuated by unearthly cries. It was said that the Kamori would gather around the homes of those on the brink of death, their presence a reminder that life was fleeting. Families would leave offerings of food and incense, hoping to appease the spirits, to guide lost souls safely into the next realm. One evening, a young mother named Yuki sat outside her home, cradling her newborn. The air was thick, heavy with unspoken fears. Her husband had fallen ill, and whispers of Kamori flitted through her mind like the very bats themselves. She felt an inexplicable pull, a connection to the spirits that danced in the twilight. With trembling hands, she placed a small bowl of rice on the porch, a gesture of respect and hope. As dusk enveloped the village, Yuki's heart beat in rhythm with the fluttering wings overhead. She could feel the presence of the Komori, their energy crackling in the air. She closed her eyes, praying they would guide her husband back to health. But darkness has its own plans. That night, the cries of the Komori echoed through the valley, rising like a haunting melody. Yuki's husband passed away, his spirit taking flight on the wings of the very creatures she had hoped would save him. In the somber days that followed, the village mourned, but Yuki felt an odd sense of connection in her grief. She watched as the Komori flitted across the sky, their silhouettes stark against the brilliant moonlight. Each night, they circled her home, whispering secrets of love and loss. Yuki began to leave small offerings at dusk, a silent conversation with the spirits of the night. Her sorrow transformed into a bond, a recognition that the Komori were not just messengers of death, but also keepers of memories, guiding souls to their resting places while honoring the lives they once led. As the seasons changed, so did Yuki. Her heart grew heavy with the weight of remembrance, yet the Komori became her solace. She often spoke of her husband to the night, weaving tales of laughter and love into her offerings. Each gesture felt like a thread, connecting her to him beyond the veil of life and death. The bats, with their silent wings, continued their dance, weaving through the memories she shared, becoming a part of her story, too. In the depths of winter, when the world lay still under a blanket of snow, the village faced a harsh reality. An illness swept through, taking more than just the old, it claimed the young, leaving families fractured and hearts shattered. The Komori, once a sign of hope, turned into a specter of dread. Each fluttering wing now carried the weight of despair, and the villagers began to fear the night. They locked their doors tightly, drawing the curtains against the darkness, but the bats continued to circle, relentless in their duty. Yuki watched from her window, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced like the Komori. She felt a stirring within her, a call to action. She understood now that the spirits were not to be feared but embraced. They were symbols of the cycle of life, reminding the living to cherish every moment, to love deeply, even in the face of inevitable loss. With newfound resolve, Yuki gathered the villagers, urging them to honor the Komori, to create a festival in their name, a celebration of life and remembrance. They lit lanterns, releasing them into the night sky, their soft glow illuminating the darkness. As the bats took flight, the villagers joined their spirits in a dance of memory, weaving the past with the present, honoring those who had slipped away. As laughter mingled with tears, the Komori soared above, a testament to the intertwined fates of humanity and the spirits that lingered. For in every bat that flitted through the shadows was a reminder that death was not the end, but a transformation, and the love shared would forever echo through time. In that moment, the veil between the living and the deceased shimmered, and the village knew they were never truly alone. The Komori embraced them, their wings whispering promises of connection, guiding them through grief and reminding them that life would continue, even in the face of death's embrace. The night was heavy with silence, broken only by the rustling leaves whispering secrets to one another. A sharp chill hung in the air, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. In the fading light, shadows danced like fleeting spirits, and the moon hung low, casting a silver sheen over the landscape. It was on nights like these that the puka roamed, a figure cloaked in mystery, a guardian of souls, and a shapeshifter who embodied both fear and fascination. From the ancient hills of Ireland, the puka emerged, a specter that could take the form of a horse, a goat, or even a hare. Each transformation was a story waiting to be told, a riddle wrapped in an enigma. Villagers spoke in hushed tones about the creature, warning children to stay close when the sun dipped below the horizon. Many tales were spun around flickering hearth fires, tales of those who had encountered the puka and lived to tell their stories, or those who never returned at all. One evening, a lone traveler named Seamus wandered into the woods, seeking solace from his troubled heart. He had lost his beloved, a woman whose laughter could melt the coldest of nights. Grief gnawed at him, and the darkness whispered promises of peace, if only he would let go. As he ambled deeper into the forest, the wind began to swirl, carrying with it an unsettling energy. The trees creaked and groaned, ancient sentinels guarding the secrets of the night. Then, out of the gloom, the puka appeared. Seamus froze, his breath hitching in his throat. The creature stood before him, a magnificent black stallion whose eyes glimmered like stars caught in the depths of the night. It was a sight both terrifying and beautiful, a beast that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly light. The air crackled with tension as Seamus felt an inexplicable pull toward the creature, a silent invitation to follow. In that moment, uncertainty gripped him. What lay ahead? Would he find solace, or would he plunge deeper into despair? But the puka's presence was intoxicating, a promise of adventure that felt like a flicker of hope in a world draped in sorrow. With a hesitant step, Seamus approached, reaching out to touch the creature's silken mane. As his fingers brushed against the puka, a jolt of energy surged through him, igniting a fire within his soul. Without a word, the puka turned and galloped into the night, and Seamus felt an irresistible urge to follow. The world around him blurred, colors blending into a dreamlike haze as he clung to the puka's mane. They soared over hills and through valleys, the wind whipping past them like 1,000 whispers. Each leap took them further from the pain of the past, deeper into the heart of a mystery that had eluded so many. Yet, as they raced through the night, Seamus began to sense a shift in the air. The laughter of lost souls echoed around him, each note filled with longing and despair. The puka, ever aware of the weight of the afterlife, began to reveal its true purpose. It was not merely a guide, it was a guardian of those who had traversed the thin veil between life and death. In a heartbeat, the landscape transformed, and Seamus found himself standing before a shimmering gateway, a portal to the unknown. The puka paused, its form shifting subtly as it morphed into a ghostly figure cloaked in silver mist. Seamus's heart raced as he felt the gravity of the moment. He was standing at the threshold of eternity, where questions met answers and sorrow met solace. The puka's eyes met his, and in that glance, he understood, this creature was a keeper of secrets, a protector of souls who had lost their way. "Come with me," the puka seemed to say, though no words were spoken. Seamus felt the urge to step through the gateway, to embrace what lay beyond. He could see flickering lights and hear soft, haunting melodies calling out to him. Each note tugged at the strings of his heart, a siren song that promised healing. Yet, an icy fear gripped him. What if he crossed that threshold and never returned? What if he left behind the very memories that had shaped him? The puka watched, patient and understanding, as Seamus wrestled with his choices. The creature stood as a testament to the duality of existence. It could lead one to peace or plunge them into chaos. It was a guardian, yes, but also a trickster, embodying both light and shadow. Suddenly, voices erupted from the shadows, lost souls began to swirl around them, each one a reflection of the life Seamus had lived. They reached out, their faces twisted between joy and sorrow, urging him to come closer. "Seamus," they cried in unison, their voices a chorus of longing, "we wait for you." The puka shifted again, its form becoming a swirling mass of light and dark, embodying the essence of every soul it had ever guided. As Seamus stood at the precipice of his choice, he looked into the depths of the puka's eyes and felt a wave of emotions crash over him. Love, loss, hope, and despair danced in a delicate balance, creating a tapestry of truth. In that moment, he understood that the puka was not just a bridge to the afterlife but a mirror reflecting the depths of his own soul. With a trembling heart, he took a step closer to the gateway, the urge to embrace eternity battling against the desire to cling to life. The air thickened with anticipation, a silence so profound that it swelled with the weight of his decision. As the lost souls continued their haunting refrain, the puka stood firm, a watchful guardian ready to guide him through the unknown. The moonlight cast ethereal patterns on the ground, illuminating a path that beckoned him with the promise of peace. Every heartbeat echoed in the void, punctuating the tension that hung between life and the afterlife. Seamus felt an electric charge in the air, a crackling energy pulsing through the very essence of his being. And in that surreal moment, he realized that whatever lay beyond the gateway was not to be feared, it was a continuation of the journey, a step into the vast unknown. The puka gazed at him with a knowing expression, one that spoke of ancient wisdom and the eternal cycle of existence. The choice lay before him, and the night held its breath, waiting for his answer. The night was thick with fog, swirling like specters around the gnarled trees that seemed to reach for the moon. The air crackled with a tension that sent shivers down spines, as if the very night itself held its breath. Somewhere in that darkness, the sound of hooves echoed, a rhythmic pounding that sliced through the silence. It was not just any horse, it was the Dullahan, the headless horseman, who roamed the earth seeking souls to claim. In Irish folklore, the Dullahan appears not as a mere ghost but as a harbinger of death. With skin pale as bone and eyes that glimmer like stars in the night sky, he rides a black horse, his long, dark cloak billowing behind him. The chilling tale of this headless figure grips the hearts of those who dare to listen. The Dullahan carries his own head under one arm, and with it, he possesses the power to see far and wide, to know who is about to meet their end. He looks upon the living with an unsettling gaze that promises an end to their mortal struggles. Traveling further across the ocean, the legend takes on new forms. In the eerie shadows of New England, tales of the Headless Horseman emerge, conjuring the spirit of Ichabod Crane and the haunting imagery from Washington Irving's story. But even in this version, the Dullahan's essence lingers. Instead of a ghostly figure from the old world, he transforms into a cursed soldier, forever riding the night, desperately searching for his lost head. This twist of fate echoes the same fear, a relentless pursuit of death, haunting the edges of twilight. In other cultures, the image of the Headless Horseman may vary, yet the core remains the same: something sinister rides the night. In the Philippines, the aswang, a shape-shifting creature, embodies the dark spirit of the Dullahan. Like his Irish counterpart, the aswang is feared for its ability to snatch away souls under the cover of darkness. The shared threads of these tales weave a tapestry of terror, showing how different cultures shape the same haunting fear into their own narratives. As the clock strikes midnight, stories of the Dullahan seep into the fabric of the night. In a small Irish village, a child peeks through the curtains, wide-eyed and trembling. The whispers of adults surround him, recounting the tales passed down through generations. If you hear the Dullahan's call, they say, you must not look outside. For once you see him, your time is up. The child clings to a stuffed toy, heart racing, imagining the headless figure galloping through the fields, the sound of hooves growing louder, each thud a reminder that safety lies within the walls of his home. In dark corners of Eastern Europe, the legend morphs further. The headless rider becomes a symbol of lost warriors, men who fought valiantly only to have their lives cut short. The haunting wails of mothers searching for their sons echo in the stillness, the Dullahan a manifestation of their grief. Each tale told is a reminder of the price of war, the senselessness of death, and the spirits of those who remain tethered to the earth, forever seeking closure. The darkness shivers with anticipation as the legends meld into one another. Across the globe, variations of the Headless Horseman emerge, each telling a story of loss and longing. In Japan, the Yurei, a restless spirit, rides forth, much like the Dullahan. Shrouded in white, these ghosts are not headless but carry the weight of their untimely demise. They haunt the living with sorrowful tales of unfulfilled desires. The parallels are unmistakable, the common thread of lost stitches cultures together, creating a rich quilt of folklore that transcends borders. Every tale of the Dullahan ignites a primal fear, igniting the imagination and leaving hearts racing. In the flickering light of a campfire, a storyteller leans in, voice low and trembling with emotion. They say if he stops at your doorstep, your fate is sealed. The audience holds its breath, eyes wide, entranced by the thrill of the unknown. Within the darkness, every rustle of leaves, every distant neigh of a horse sends spikes of ice racing down spines. The boundary between fear and fascination blurs, as listeners grasp for the edges of their own tales, their own fears, their own Dullahans lurking just out of sight. Through the ages, the Dullahan remains a powerful figure, resonating with our deepest fears, fear of death, of the unknown, of being unprepared for the end. The stories are never simply tales, they are warnings, reminders, and most of all, invitations to confront what lies beyond the veil. Each culture adds its brushstrokes to the haunting canvas of the Headless Horseman, creating an intricate masterpiece of lore that captivates and terrifies. With each retelling, the legend evolves, moving through time like the ghostly figure himself. Families gather to share their own encounters with the supernatural, tales of shadows flitting past, of voices calling from the darkness. The Dullahan is not an isolated figure, he is part of the collective consciousness, a reminder that death is always near, ever waiting just beyond the horizon. As the stories swirl and twist, the night deepens, and the fog thickens, carrying with it the essence of the Dullahan. In the hearts of those who hear the tales, a mixture of fear and wonder ignites. The headless rider becomes a symbol, a chilling reminder of life's fragility, a ghostly figure forever riding, forever watching, forever waiting. The restless night pulses with life as each story builds upon the last, creating an unending loop of emotion and tension, drawing people back into the shadows where the Dullahan reigns supreme, ever in search of the next soul to claim. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and deep purples as the last rays of light flickered through the dense canopy of an ancient forest. Beneath the rustling leaves, shadows danced, hinting at the unseen. Among the trees, the air buzzed with life, yet a chilling whisper told of something deeper, something waiting to be acknowledged. In this sacred space, where the living and the departed intertwined, the Sylvanus thrived. Sylvanus, the Roman nature spirits, were not mere figments of folklore, they were guardians of the woods, the fields, and the very essence of the life cycle itself. These spirits, often seen as protectors of both flora and fauna, played a crucial role in the beliefs swirling around death and the afterlife in ancient Rome. To the untrained eye, nature was a backdrop, but to the Romans, it was alive with spirits, each waiting to be honored and recognized. The Sylvanus had a way of making their presence felt. Farmers would often leave small offerings at the base of ancient trees, hoping for a good harvest. In the stillness of twilight, the air thickened with anticipation. Many believed that if one listened closely, they could hear the gentle rustling of leaves or the soft breath of the forest, a reminder that the Sylvanus were always near, guiding the souls of the departed into the unknown. Then there were the stories, tales of those who ventured into the woods and never returned. They spoke of figures cloaked in shadows, beckoning lost souls with promises of peace. In hushed tones, villagers recounted chilling encounters, a traveler getting lost in the maze of trees, only to find himself standing before a radiant figure, a Sylvanus, who offered solace or perhaps a final farewell. Was it a blessing or a warning? Fear and reverence intermingled in these accounts. As the chilling wind swept through the forest, it carried with it the scent of damp earth and decay, a reminder that life is fleeting. Every fallen leaf whispered secrets of those who had lived and died, each marking a passage of time. The Sylvanus were there, weaving through the lives of mortals, their influence shaping not just the living but the very essence of death itself. They were believed to guide souls to the afterlife, but their presence also invoked fear, the fear of being forgotten, of leaving the world without a mark. In the bustling streets of Rome, people would gather to celebrate and honor the dead, often invoking the Sylvanus in their rituals. Lanterns lit the night, illuminating altars piled high with offerings, fruits, flowers, and the occasional doll carved from wood, a token meant to appease these spirits. Tears mingled with laughter as families shared stories of lost loved ones, each tale a thread in the intricate tapestry of memory that the Sylvanus helped to weave. Yet, not all stories ended in comfort. Darker tales surfaced, ones that spoke of retribution. It was said that those who lived in disregard of nature's balance, who chopped down sacred trees or polluted clear streams, invited the wrath of the Sylvanus. They would feel a cold breath on their necks, a lingering shadow that would follow them, reminding them that the spirits were always watching. In these moments, the boundary between life and death blurred, and the living became acutely aware of the fine line they tread. One summer evening, a local farmer named Lucius took to the forest, burdened by loss. His wife, whom he had loved fiercely, had succumbed to illness mere weeks earlier. With each step he took, the weight of grief pressed heavily upon his heart. Yet, he sought solace among the trees, hoping that perhaps his beloved spirit lingered here, cradled by the Sylvanus. As twilight deepened, the forest pulsed with an eerie energy. Lucius laid fresh flowers at a gnarled oak, whispering her name into the quiet air. At that moment, a rustle in the underbrush drew his attention. A figure appeared, cloaked in the deep greens of the forest, a Sylvanus. The spirit hovered at the edge of the clearing, an ethereal glow surrounding it. Lucius felt a wave of emotion wash over him, both fear and profound yearning. The Sylvanus beckoned, and though he was terrified, he stepped forward, his heart racing. "Do you come to guide her?" he asked, his voice trembling. The spirit merely inclined its head, and in that simple gesture, Lucius felt an overwhelming surge of love and loss intertwining. In that moment, he understood, death was not an end but a passage, a journey guided by forces far beyond his grasp. The Sylvanus had a purpose: to ease the transition, to carry the souls of the departed to their destined rest. As the moon climbed higher, casting silvery light over the forest, Lucius felt a soothing presence around him. Memories of laughter, shared dreams, and quiet moments enveloped him, and he realized that his wife was still with him, alive in the whispers of the Sylvanus. It was then that he understood the true nature of these spirits, not mere guardians of the woods, but custodians of memory, love, and sorrow. The night deepened, and the air thickened with emotion. Lucius stood in reverence, recognizing that life and death are not opposites but two sides of the same coin, forever intertwined. The Sylvanus, with their mischievous spirits and solemn duties, had the power to transform grief into something beautiful, to remind the living that every ending is but a new beginning, a new chapter written in the scroll of eternity. As the stars twinkled like distant lanterns, Lucius took a step back, knowing that he would never forget this encounter. The Sylvanus would remain a part of him, a thread woven into his existence, urging him to honor the past while embracing the future. In the depths of the forest, life continued, the cycle unbroken, the spirits ever watchful, ever present. And with that, the forest seemed to breathe once more, ready to share its secrets, its stories, and its shadows with those who dared to listen. The air was thick with tension, a cacophony of whispers and shadows swirling in the darkness of the Roman underworld. Here, in the depths beneath the bustling streets of Rome, an unseen world pulsed with life and death. The Lares, those ancient guardians, stood vigil over the souls that passed through the heavy veil of mortality. They were not just spirits observing passively, they were protectors, fierce and loyal, tethered to the very fabric of Roman life and the echoes of its past. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the cobblestones above, the Lares stirred. Each figure was cloaked in a soft glow, their forms barely discernible, hinting at a presence both comforting and foreboding. They were not mere statues lost to time, but revered spirits who had once shared laughter and tears around family hearths. The vivid memories of feasts and celebrations lingered around them, infused with the warmth of human connection. Yet, lurking behind those cherished memories was the chilling sense of the unknown, the inevitable passage to the afterlife, which awaited every soul. A flicker of movement caught the eye of a wandering shade. It was a soul, lost and searching, gliding through the cold corridors of this shadowy realm. The Lares sensed the disturbance, their ethereal forms shifting, poised to intervene. They could see the flickering flame of life still clinging to this spirit, and with every heartbeat, they felt a pulse of urgency. The soul was trapped between worlds, caught in a limbo that threatened to consume it. Fear gripped the air, sharp enough to cut, as the Lares knew what lay ahead. They had witnessed the torment of lost souls too many times before, those who had not found peace, who wandered endlessly, haunted by regrets. The Lares, guardians forged from the essence of ancient ancestors, carried the weight of countless memories. They remembered the laughter of children playing in the sun, the warmth of the hearth on cold nights, and the bittersweet farewells of loved ones. They were the embodiment of Roman life, the protectors of homes and families, ensuring that the bonds of love transcended even death. But now, as the spirit quivered in uncertainty, they felt the suffocating grip of despair creeping in, threatening to extinguish the flickering hope ignited within the lost soul. With a whisper that echoed like a soft breeze through the darkness, the Lares reached out, guiding the spirit toward a path illuminated by echoes of compassion. They drew from the strength of a million shared memories, weaving a tapestry of light that intertwined the lives of the living and the dead. It was a delicate dance, a melding of realms that sent shivers down the spine. The Lares understood the significance of this moment. They carried the burden of memories that could break or heal. The world above continued its relentless march. Families gathered around their altars, offering prayers and tributes to the Lares, seeking blessings, prosperity, and protection. Each utterance of devotion resonated through the underworld, a lifeline connecting the two realms. The Lares reveled in these moments of worship, feeding off the love and reverence bestowed upon them. Yet, even as they embraced these gifts, a darker truth loomed. A sinister force was stirring, a shadow that threatened to disrupt the delicate balance they upheld. It came on silent wings, creeping into homes and hearts, sowing seeds of doubt and fear. The Laras sensed the growing discontent, the pangs of betrayal seeping into the very fabric of Roman society. In the flicker of candlelight, they caught glimpses of souls turning against one another, of greed and ambition overshadowing the bonds of kinship. The warmth of the hearth felt colder, the laughter of children dimmed as uncertainty settled like a thick fog. An urgency sparked within the Laras. They gathered, their ethereal forms coalescing into a swirling mass of light and emotion, pulsating with the collective memories of their long-forgotten past. They understood that to protect the living, they must confront the darkness that threatened to envelop their world. With resolve, they pushed forward, determined to mend the fractures that had begun to splinter the very essence of family and home. As they surged through the currents of the underworld, they sought to awaken the spirits of those who had once guided their hands in love and compassion, a chorus of ancestors rising, blending into their ranks. Together, they reached out, connecting with the souls still tethered to life, calling forth memories of joy and unity. The whispers of the Laras grew louder, weaving through the fabric of existence like a song of hope. But the darkness, ever cunning, was not so easily dispelled. It clung to the hearts of men, whispering lies, deceptions that fed on fear and insecurity. The Laras could feel the struggle intensifying, the battle between light and shadow raging on, threatening to engulf everything they cherished. The souls they sought to save grew more elusive, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. In a moment of collective determination, the Laras called upon the power of remembrance. They summoned forth images of shared laughter, moments of unbreakable bonds, the first time a child felt the warmth of a parent's embrace, the sight of a family gathered in joyous celebration. Each memory resonated within the very essence of the underworld, igniting a spark that sent ripples through the fabric of time. Courage surged in their hearts, and the Laras surged forward, a luminous tide, ready to reclaim what had been lost. The air crackled with emotion, a surge of nostalgia mixed with the raw power of love. Each step was a vow, a promise to restore the light and warmth that had slipped away. Together, they faced the encroaching darkness, the battle for the souls of the living and the dead intertwining in a dance of fate. Yet, as the shadows loomed larger, the Laras knew that their fight was far from over. The balance they had maintained for centuries hung by a thread, a fragile line between love and chaos. With every heartbeat, they felt the weight of their duty heavier than ever. The underworld pulsed around them, full of potential and peril, as they pressed on, their shared memories lighting the path forward. In the depths below, amid the echoes of history, the Laras stood resolute. Their vigil was far from complete. The darkness might threaten to consume, but within their embrace lay the stories of resilience, the echoes of laughter, and the shimmering light of hope. And so, they continued, guardians of the past and the future, forever bound to the souls they protected, forever entwined in the heartbeat of a world that danced between life and death. The whispers of a forgotten time echo through the mountains and valleys of Greece, where the sky meets the earth in a beautiful yet treacherous embrace. In this ancient world, where gods and monsters walked among mortals, a story unfolds, one of unimaginable strength and depths of despair. It begins with a thunderous roar that shakes the very foundations of Olympus, a cry that heralds the presence of the Centimanes, the hundred-handed ones. Born from the union of Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky, the Centimanes were not ordinary beings. They were giants of sheer power and unimaginable ferocity, each one possessing 100 arms and 50 heads. Their very existence was a testament to the raw forces of nature, a chaotic blend of strength and emotion that left even the bravest of warriors trembling in their presence. The ancient Greeks spoke of them in hushed tones, for to invoke their name was to awaken the tempest of might that they embodied. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the land, tales of their power would ignite the imaginations of those who dared to listen. The Centimanes were said to have been imprisoned deep within the bowels of the earth by their own father, Uranus. For generations, they lay dormant, forced to endure the dark silence of their confinement. A prison of despair that mirrored the darkness within their souls, it was a fate that would haunt them. What terror had driven their father to such a cruel act? He feared their strength, the very essence that made them who they were. But fate has a way of twisting the threads of time. When the mighty Titan Cronus, Uranus's son and the very embodiment of ambition and rebellion, rose against his father, it was the Centimanes who stirred from their slumber. Released from their chains, they emerged into a world that was both new and rife with danger. What a sight it must have been, to witness these titans rise from the depths, arms flailing, heads roaring, a cacophony of power and rage, ready to carve their own destiny out of the chaos that enveloped them. Their presence changed the tides of war as the titans clashed with the Olympian gods, a battle of epic proportions that would echo through the ages. The Centaurs fought valiantly, their mighty arms swinging with the force of storms, striking down foes with a ferocity that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. It was said that they could hurl mountains and uproot trees, a whirlwind of destruction that left the battlefield littered with the defeated. With each swing of their 100 hands, sparks flew, illuminating the night sky with an ominous glow, a sign of the tumultuous struggle between light and darkness. Yet, in this saga of triumph and terror, there lay a deeper emotional core, one that spoke of their yearning for acceptance and belonging. Like shadows chasing the light, the Centaurs sought to be seen, not merely as tools of destruction, but as beings capable of love and loyalty. In the chaos of battle, they fought for their brothers, the Titans, but in their hearts, there was a flicker of hope that their strength would not only be feared but also appreciated. Would they ever find a place where they were valued for who they were, rather than what they could do? As the skies darkened with the weight of impending doom, the Centaurs found themselves caught in the crossfire of the Titanomachy, the war of the Titans against the Olympians. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that wrapped around them like a shroud. The clash of steel rang out, a haunting melody of desperation, as the cries of fallen warriors filled the air. Each movement was a dance of survival, of loyalty to their brethren as well as the relentless pursuit of their own freedom. In the midst of battle, they forged a bond with the Olympians, a union of sorts, a strange camaraderie born of necessity. The gods, overwhelmed by the Titans' might, were astonished by the Centaurs' raw power. They learned to trust these giants, recognizing that their strength could turn the tide of war. But would trust be enough to mend the wounds of betrayal that ran deep in the hearts of the Centaurs? As the war raged on, the Centaurs became not just warriors but guardians of hope. Their 100 hands could hold not only the weight of mountains but also the burdens of fear and despair. They fought beside Zeus, their newfound ally, a bond formed in the fires of battle. With each passing moment, they became symbols of resilience, embodying the struggle between chaos and order, between despair and hope. Through the chaos, their voices rose above the din, a haunting melody of rage and sorrow. They cried not just for victory, but for recognition of their pain. Their story was not merely one of battle but of a longing to break free from the chains of their past, to embrace the possibility of a future unshackled from fear. And as the war crested toward its climax, the Centaurs would find themselves at a crossroads. The weight of their lineage pressed heavily upon them, echoing in the hearts of their 50 heads. Would they embrace their destiny as harbingers of destruction, or would they rise as champions of a new era? Each arm a choice, each head a decision that could alter the very fabric of existence. In that moment, as the dust of battle settled and the cries of the fallen faded into the night, the Centaurs stood resolute. They were not just the 100-handed ones, they were a testament to the power of transformation, an undying spirit that defied the darkness. The world watched in anticipation, breath held tight, for what came next would shape the course of legends for all eternity. The transition from war to peace hung in the balance, an uncharted territory waiting to be carved out by those who once feared their own strength. And so, the story of the Centaurs, with all its emotions and tensions, flowed on, like a river that knows no end, poised to spill into the vastness of destiny. The sun hung low in the sky, draping the world in a warm, golden hue, but this beauty masked a dark truth lurking in the shadows of Nemea. The air was heavy with tension, an unspeakable dread that gripped the hearts of those who dared to tread near the foothills of the ancient mountains. Whispers echoed through the village about a beast so ferocious that even the bravest warriors turned pale at the mere mention of its name, the Nemean lion. Its roars, like the rumbling of thunder, sent shivers down the spines of all who heard them. In days long past, when gods walked among mortals, this lion was no ordinary creature. Born of the union between the fearsome goddess of the hunt, Artemis, and the monstrous Typhon, its skin was impervious to mortal weapons, an impenetrable shield that gave the beast an aura of invincibility. Legends told of its golden fur, glimmering under the sun, yet it was the stories of its ferocity that truly captured the imagination of the people. Villagers spoke of how the lion would descend from the mountains, wreaking havoc, claiming the lives of livestock, and instilling a terror that clung to the night like a shroud. But it wasn't just a symbol of death. The Nemean lion had a duality that was hard to ignore. For in its power lay the promise of protection, a paradox that resonated through the ages. Heroes who faced the lion were not merely seeking to vanquish the beast, but were also on a quest for personal transformation. Their battles became rites of passage, forging them into something greater. With each confrontation, the lion's ferocity mirrored their own fears, and overcoming it meant confronting the darkness within. During one fateful encounter, a young hero named Heracles, known for his strength and courage, found himself standing at the precipice of destiny. He had been tasked with the first of his 12 labors, to kill the Nemean lion. The air crackled with anticipation as he approached the lion's den, a cave that exuded an aura of foreboding. Shadows danced on the stone walls as if mocking his every step. But Heracles was not deterred. His heart beat fiercely in his chest, igniting a flame of determination. Clenching his fists, he stepped into the darkness, ready to confront the nightmare that awaited him. Inside, the lion lay curled up, golden fur shimmering against the cave's dark backdrop. Its eyes glinted like polished emeralds, reflecting the light of the outside world, a world that felt so far removed from this place of death and despair. As Heracles took a breath, the beast stirred, sensing the presence of its challenger. The lion rose, muscles rippling beneath its mighty coat, and let out a roar that echoed through the mountains, a sound that struck fear into the hearts of men. This was no ordinary fight. It was a battle that transcended the physical, delving deep into the very essence of what it meant to be alive. With courage coursing through his veins, Heracles charged, not with a sword or spear, but with sheer will. The lion lashed out, swiping its paw with a speed that belied its size. Heracles ducked, narrowly avoiding a deadly blow, and for a split second, the world around him faded away, leaving only him and the beast locked in a primal dance of life and death. Time stood still. The hero's mind raced with strategies, memories of stories passed down through generations. He remembered the tales of those who had faced the lion before him, brave warriors who had lost their lives, their names forgotten in the annals of history. The weight of their failures pressed upon his shoulders, but he pushed it aside. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for all those who had come before him, for the villagers who lived in fear, and for the legacy he would leave behind. As the battle raged on, it became clear that this fight was not merely against a creature of flesh and blood, but against the very concept of fear itself. Every blow struck against the lion reverberated within him, shattering the illusions of invincibility he had clung to. Heracles grappled with the beast, feeling the warmth of its fur against his skin, and in that moment, he understood the lion's nature. It was both a destroyer and a protector, a guardian of the land that demanded respect rather than violence. With an unexpected surge of brilliance, Heracles focused his energy, channeling his strength into a final, desperate attempt. Using the lion's own might against it, he caught its massive neck in a powerful embrace, feeling the pulse of its heart under his grip. He wrestled and twisted until, with one mighty roar of defiance, he conquered the creature. The lion fell silent, its fierce spirit extinguished, but in its defeat, something profound emerged. Heracles felt a deep sorrow for the beast that had become a symbol of protection for those it once terrorized, a guardian of the underbelly of human emotion, fear, strength, and transformation. As he skinned the lion, the golden fur glistened in the dying light of day, a trophy of victory that carried the weight of so many lives lost and lessons learned. Heracles draped it around his shoulders, stepping back into the world, forever changed. He had ventured into the heart of darkness and emerged not just as a hero, but as a figure of hope, having faced the embodiment of death and emerged not unscathed, but enlightened. The lion's legacy would endure, woven into the fabric of time, a reminder that even in the face of unimaginable fear, there lies a chance for redemption and protection. As Heracles walked away, the shadows of Nemea whispered stories of the lion, echoing through the valleys, where death and protection coexisted, a dance of opposites that would continue to enthrall the hearts of those who dared to listen. The mountains stood watch, silent witnesses to the eternal struggle, as new tales began to stir on the horizon, waiting for the next hero to rise. The murky waters of the Acheron River whispered secrets of despair, its dark surface reflecting the tormented souls that traversed its depths. Ancient tales told of a river that divided the living from the dead, a haunting border where fear and sadness intertwined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the chilling winds carried more than just the scent of damp earth. They carried the cries of those who dared to seek passage across its shimmering surface, a passage that promised not salvation, but the bitter embrace of ultimate loss. In the lore of old, the Acheron was not merely a river, it was a gateway to the underworld, ruled by the ominous Charon, the ferryman. His skeletal figure, cloaked in shadows, waited at the river's edge for the souls of the departed. Each soul he ferried carried with it a weight of unfulfilled dreams and unspoken regrets. Death was not the end, but a beginning steeped in sorrow. Those who arrived at the banks of the Acheron were often seen clutching their hearts, visions of their past flickering in their minds like a dying flame. The water itself was said to be infused with the essence of suffering. Legend spoke of souls who'd once lived, now swirling within the depths, their anguished faces trapped beneath the surface, forever mourning what they had lost. It was as if the river was alive, breathing the pain of its passengers and reflecting their darkest fears. Fishermen by the riverbank swore they could hear whispers, snippets of lost conversations, cries for help, and gentle lullabies that turned into mournful wails. It was a reminder that the line between life and death was a fragile one, and those who dared to approach the river felt the tug of their own mortality. The beasts of the Acheron were as famous as the river itself, creatures of horror that fed on the fears of the living. Among them was the dreaded phantasm, a shadowy figure that emerged when the moon was high, its form shifting and twisting in ways that made the spine tingle. Witnesses claimed it could steal the breath from your lungs, leaving you gasping in terror. Legends warned that to look into its eyes was to confront the darkest corners of one's soul. Many who encountered the phantasm were never the same again. They wandered the earth with haunted eyes, forever marked by that chilling gaze. Then there were the sirens of Acheron, beautiful yet deadly beings whose songs lured the unwary to their doom. They sang melodies sweet enough to bring tears to the eyes of hardened warriors, their voices weaving through the air like silk. But beneath the surface of their beauty lay a hunger that could consume entire souls. Those who followed the music found themselves drawn to the water's edge, entranced by the idea of companionship, only to be met with the cold grasp of the river, pulling them beneath its waves. Even the very bank of the Acheron was said to be cursed. Stretched along the shore were the ghostly remnants of those who had attempted to cross without the proper fare. They stood forever waiting, their faces twisted in agony, their hands outstretched as if begging for another chance, a chance to return to the world of the living, to feel the warmth of the sun on their skin once more. Locals told tales of brave souls trying to rescue them, only to find themselves ensnared in the river's embrace, joining the ranks of the damned. The symbolism of the Acheron was etched into the fabric of its surroundings, a constant reminder of the cycle of life and death. It served as a mirror reflecting the human condition, where joy and sorrow danced together in an eternal waltz. To stand at the river's edge was to confront one's own fears, to acknowledge that death was not something to be feared, but a part of the journey that every soul must take. It beckoned the living to reflect on their choices, urging them to cherish the fleeting moments of happiness before the inevitable call of the river came. As twilight enveloped the land, a shiver ran through the trees, their branches swaying as if whispering secrets in hushed tones. With each rustle, the air thickened with emotion, a palpable tension that gripped the heart. The river's current seemed to pulse with life, each ripple a heartbeat, drawing near with a promise both terrifying and irresistible. It was in this moment, as the shadows deepened, that the true essence of the Acheron revealed itself, urging those who dared to approach to understand the weight of their existence. In the distance, the ethereal glow of lanterns flickered like distant stars, illuminating the path taken by restless souls. The ethereal light danced upon the water, creating illusions that beckoned the living closer. Those who had stood on these banks before said they could feel the tug of the water, an invisible force calling them to step forward, to engage with the unknown. Every heartbeat synchronizing with the lapping waves, the river became a song of mourning and memory, a siren's call that promised to drown all who listened too closely. But in the depths, past the lures of the sirens and the grip of the phantasm, lay a darker truth, a truth that made the heart race and the breath quicken. It was said that the river's depths were not just a resting place, but a tempest of fury and despair, where the souls fought against the very current that sought to claim them. The struggle of the damned echoed in the atmosphere, a reminder of the might of the river and the futility of escape. As the last light of day faded into darkness, the Acheron stood as a sentinel of sorrow, its waters rippling with the weight of countless stories, stories of loss, love, and the eternal yearning for redemption. Those who listened carefully could hear them, the cries that echoed across time, the laughter of lives once lived, and the sorrow of dreams never fulfilled. The night was thick with emotion, and the river, alive with the essence of its past, beckoned once more, preparing for the next soul brave enough to approach its haunting embrace. A shadow flickered across the tomb's warped stone wall, momentarily obscuring the ornate hieroglyphics that whispered tales of a time long gone. The air was thick with dust, holding centuries of secrets, and the faintest echo of an ancient chant seemed to linger, a warning or perhaps a promise. The walls, once vibrant with the color of life, now stood as silent sentinels, guarding the stories of those who had walked before and the mysteries that still clung to their mummified remains. The modern world, with its bustling cities and bright screens, often forgets the weight of the past. Yet, the allure of ancient Egypt still haunts the collective imagination, drawing people like moths to a flickering flame. Films and stories have immortalized the mummies, but beneath the layers of cinematic spectacle lies a rich tapestry of history and belief. These wrapped figures, with their solemn expressions frozen in time, were not just remnants of the dead, they were guardians, protectors of sacred knowledge, and a bridge between the realms of the living and the afterlife. In the dim light of a museum, a child stood staring wide-eyed at a glass case that held a mummy's head. The child's heart raced, fear mingled with a thrilling curiosity. What stories did this ancient being hold? Who were they in life? The mummy's empty gaze seemed to follow the child, filling the air with a sense of urgency, as if to say, "Listen to the stories I cannot tell." For many, these ancient guardians evoke a visceral reaction, sparking emotions that dance between fascination and dread, a complex interplay that modern interpretations often simplify or sensationalize. The original purpose of mummification was shrouded in divine belief. The ancient Egyptians didn't just preserve bodies, they prepared souls for eternity. Each step in the mummification process was imbued with rituals steeped in spirituality, aimed at ensuring safe passage to the afterlife. The heart, deemed the seat of the soul, was carefully weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth, in a final judgment that would determine eternal fate. This belief system transformed the very act of dying into something sacred, a profound journey filled with both fear and hope. Yet in modern storytelling, mummies often morph into monsters, driven by a bloodlust for vengeance. Films like The Mummy shifted the narrative from guardians of the afterlife to harbingers of doom. In doing so, they stripped away the reverence once held for these figures, diminishing them to mere entertainment. The chilling music, the dark, shadowy figures, and the looming threat of ancient curses made for thrilling plots. But the deeper truth remains, these ancient beings were created to protect, not to destroy. They were guardians of wisdom, meant to guide the living and connect humanity with its roots. As the shadow of the past crept into the present, echoes of ancient chants bubbled to the surface. In the flickering candlelight of a contemporary ritual, a group of enthusiasts gathered, their hearts beating in rhythm with the past. They chanted, invoking the spirits of the ancients, seeking solace and strength. The air crackled with energy as they sought to bridge gaps that time had seemingly widened. They understood that the mummies were not just relics, they were threads woven into the fabric of humanity's story. Each pulse of the chant was a recognition of the unbroken connection to those who had come before. A scholar, drawn by the same fascination that had captivated the child, leaned over ancient texts, fingers brushing against the papyrus. As he deciphered the symbols, he felt a chill, a rush of something greater than himself. The words spoke of ancient rituals, of life, death, and rebirth, resonating with universal themes of love, loss, and the quest for meaning. The scholar realized that each mummy held not only the story of an individual but also the collective narrative of a civilization that thrived under the sun. Each wrapped figure was a testament to human endeavor and aspiration, a reflection of our own struggles and triumphs. The allure of the mummy grows in the shadows of the modern world, where ancient and contemporary collide. Museums display these treasures, but with every exhibit, there's a sense of unease. Are we honoring them, or merely exploiting them? The glass cases that preserve history often create a barrier, a separation between the viewer and the viewed. Yet, the whispers of the mummies call out, urging understanding rather than fear. They remind us that each mummy was once a person, living, breathing, and dreaming just like us. In the bustling streets outside, a film crew captured the fascination of the public, aiming to recreate the mystique of the ancient guardians. They draped actors in bandages and darkened their eyes, transforming them into monstrosities. The audience gasped at the sight, drawn into the thrill of the chase and the terror of the unseen. But underneath the surface, a question lingered: what if the real story was lost in the spectacle? What if these ancient protectors were merely seeking to remind us of our shared humanity, rather than being the villains of our nightmares? And then, on a seemingly ordinary day, a new discovery sent ripples through both the academic and entertainment worlds. A tomb, untouched for millennia, was unearthed, revealing a mummified figure adorned in gold. The excitement was palpable. Researchers rushed to examine the relics, while filmmakers scrambled to secure rights for the next blockbuster. But within the frenzy lay a haunting truth: the past was not just a backdrop for thrill seekers, it was a reminder of a rich culture that valued life, death, and everything in between. As the world watched, a chilling realization settled in. The tales of ancient guardians were far from finished. They beckoned to be heard, to be revisited not with fear, but with reverence. The mummy, once a symbol of terror, began to reclaim its rightful place as a conduit of wisdom, a harbinger of ancient truths, waiting to impart lessons that resonated even in the modern age. And with that, the shadows grew deeper, inviting the curious to step forward, to listen, and to feel the pulse of history beat once more in their veins. The flickering shadows on the cave walls danced with an eerie life of their own, as if the very air was thick with stories untold. It was here, in the hidden corners of human imagination, that beasts of the underworld took form, grotesque and magnificent, terrifying and awe-inspiring. From the ancient echoes of Greece to the fevered dreams of the Renaissance, art and literature have painted our darkest fears, crafting creatures that haunt the mind and stir the soul. In the depths of Homer's Odyssey, the sirens sang their haunting melodies, luring sailors with promises of untold riches and beauty. Yet, beneath the surface of their enchanting voices lay the sharp teeth of despair. Ulysses, knowing the danger, bound himself to the mast of his ship, a desperate act of defiance against the seductive pull of the underworld. The images that arose from his journey were not merely words on parchment, but a collective shudder that coursed through generations, reminding all who read of the treachery that lurks in desire. As centuries rolled on, the brushstrokes of artists like Hieronymus Bosch captured the essence of these underworld beasts with staggering imagination. In his masterpiece, The Garden of Earthly Delights, nightmarish creatures writhed and twisted in a surreal landscape where humanity danced on the cusp of pleasure and pain. Each figure, half animal, half human, was a reflection of inner turmoil, a visual cacophony that forced viewers to confront their own demons. Audiences stood entranced, feeling the weight of their own shadows pressing against their backs, whispering secrets that begged for release. The tales of the underworld also ventured into the heart of the North, with Nordic sagas echoing the legends of fearsome creatures like Fenrir, the monstrous wolf destined to devour the world. In countless retellings through the ages, Fenrir became more than just a beast. He embodied the chaos that simmers beneath the surface of civilization. As the poets sang of his impending doom, the air grew thick with anticipation, the listeners hanging on to every word as if their very lives depended on it. Each recitation was a reminder of the thin veil that separates order from chaos, reality from nightmare. Meanwhile, in ancient Egypt, the goddess Sekhmet roamed the night, a lioness with a heart full of ferocity. Carvings on stone told her tales of vengeance, a creature born of the sun's fire and the dark depths of retribution. Here was a guardian of the underworld, where the dead faced their trials. The vivid murals depicted her fierce countenance, eyes blazing like coals, a constant reminder that justice is seldom gentle. Those who laid eyes upon her image felt an involuntary shiver, a recognition of the inevitable fate that awaited all souls, judgment by the very beasts who once roamed the earth. Every brushstroke, every word, every melody intertwined to create a rich tapestry of fear and fascination. The fearsome Minotaur, trapped within the labyrinth of Crete, became a metaphor for the struggle between man and beast, reason and instinct. Artists rendered him with haunting clarity, his half-man, half-bull form a disturbing blend of humanity's bestial nature. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur was not merely a tale of heroism, it was a confrontation with the parts of ourselves that we would rather keep hidden, locked away in the dark, lest they break free and consume us whole. As the Renaissance dawned, fear transformed into an exploration of the grotesque. Artists like Francisco Goya painted haunting images in which humans mingled with monsters, blurring the lines between predator and prey. In his Saturn devouring his son, the horror of the underworld emerged, not as a distant fable, but as a stark reminder of the violence that exists within. Those who gazed upon this work could almost feel the cold grip of despair, each brushstroke a visceral punch that left them gasping for breath. The primal instincts of survival and destruction unfolded before their eyes, igniting a firestorm of emotions that would linger long after they turned away. In literature, the dark tales continued to twist and weave through the fabric of society. Dante Alighieri's Inferno opened the gateway to a hell teeming with grotesque figures, each more alarming than the last. The vivid imagery of damned souls tormented by monstrous beasts became a cautionary tale, a reflection of the moral failings that could lead one to this chilling fate. Readers were swept into a world where their own choices could summon the beasts within, a powerful reminder that every action has consequences, each step closer to darkness echoing in eternity. Edgar Allan Poe, with his melancholic prose, added yet another layer to the fearsome tableau. The raven, a creature steeped in folklore, perched ominously on his door, whispering of loss and longing. His work captured the essence of despair, transforming our understanding of underworld beasts into something more personal, more palpable. The reader could feel the tightening of their chest, the icy fingers of sorrow wrapping around their heart, as Poe turned the darkness of the world into an intimate torment. As these narratives and images unfolded, they did more than just frighten, they connected humanity across time and space. The underworld beasts became a shared language of fear, of the unknown, a visceral reminder that in every culture, in every era, shadows linger just beyond the light. Artists and writers held a mirror to society, reflecting the darkness within and daring us to confront it. The vibrant brushstrokes, the rhythmic prose, and the haunting melodies all resonated with the pulse of human experience. Each depiction of these creatures spoke of the struggles we face, the fears that inhibit us, and the monsters that dwell not just in the shadows, but within ourselves. In this dance of art and literature, the underworld became a place where the lines between creator and creation blurred, inviting all who dared to look deeper into the abyss of their own souls, catching glimmers of their own hidden beasts. The shadows thickened, and the stories sang a siren song, beckoning the curious and the brave to listen closely as the next chapter unfurled, waiting to ensnare them in its embrace. The flickering glow of a solitary candle danced against the walls of an ancient crypt, casting eerie shadows that whispered stories of long-forgotten souls. Outside, the world thrummed with life, oblivious to the secrets hidden beneath the surface. For centuries, tales of underworld creatures have lurked in the corners of human imagination, waiting for the right moment to emerge from the darkness. Their evolution is a tapestry woven with threads of fear, fascination, and the insatiable curiosity of mankind. In the early days, underworld creatures were born from the fears of a superstitious society. The Greeks spoke of Hades, a realm ruled by a stern god, where lost souls wandered endlessly. Perhaps it was the chilling notion of spirits trapped between worlds that first stirred the imagination. As stories traveled, they morphed into something greater. The figure of Charon, the ferryman of the dead, became a chilling emblem of mortality. His silent boat glided across the river Styx, transporting souls to their final resting place. Imagine the dread of that journey, the weight of regret pressing down as the souls boarded, clutching their offerings for the toll. As time marched forward, these tales found new homes in the hearts of different cultures. The Norse myths introduced a fearsome creature known as Hel, a goddess who ruled over a realm filled with the deceased. Contrasting with the serene beauty of other afterlives, Hell's domain was a stark reminder of the inevitability of death. These ancient legends laid the groundwork for the underworld creatures that would later emerge in literature and art, evolving to embody humanity's deepest fears and desires. The medieval period unleashed a surge of creativity that painted the underworld in vivid, terrifying colors. Images of demons and lost souls filled the pages of illuminated manuscripts, giving rise to grotesque depictions that thrilled and horrified. The idea of hell, with its fiery pits and torturous denizens, became a staple in sermons and folklore. Dante Alighieri's Inferno captured this terrifying vision in unparalleled detail. Each circle of hell teemed with unimaginable creatures, grotesque reminders of the consequences of earthly sins. It was during this era that the underworld began to influence art profoundly, inspiring master painters like Hieronymus Bosch, whose nightmarish visions of hellish landscapes became eternal representations of the human condition. With the dawn of the Renaissance, the boundaries of creativity expanded even further. As humanism blossomed, underworld creatures began to reflect not only the dark fears of society but also the complexities of humanity itself. The devil, once merely a symbol of evil, began to take on characteristics that made him relatable and, strangely, more human. Writers like Christopher Marlowe and John Milton infused their works with complex portrayals of Satan, showing him as an anti-hero, a tragic figure who rebelled against a tyrannical creator. Such narratives stirred deep empathy, blurring the lines between good and evil, right and wrong. As the centuries rolled on, the Industrial Revolution brought new fears born from the rapid advancement of technology. The underworld morphed once again, now reflecting anxieties about progress and the unknown. Ghost stories proliferated, each one tapping into the restless spirits of those lost in the chaos of a modernizing world. The Victorian era's obsession with death and the afterlife found its way into literature and ghostly encounters. The chilling tales of spectral figures wandering through fog-laden streets resonated, echoing the unease of an age grappling with its own mortality. The 20th century unleashed a wave of creativity that pushed the boundaries of underworld creatures further still. Horror films, born from the shadows of silent cinema, brought these terrors to life in ways never imagined. Monsters like vampires and zombies emerged, embodying a primal fear of death and decay. The vampire, a creature of both allure and repulsion, became a metaphor for desire and despair, thriving on the anxieties of an age grappling with existential dread. In the post-war era, George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead transformed zombies into symbols of societal collapse, provoking contemplation about consumerism and the fragility of civilization. As the century drew to a close, pop culture embraced these creatures with fervor. Comic books, video games, and movies turned them into icons. Characters like Hellboy and the countless iterations of Dracula became both heroes and villains, navigating the thin lines between light and darkness. Their stories captivated audiences, evoking emotions that ranged from fear to sympathy. The idea that underworld creatures could mirror the human experience created a powerful connection, igniting conversations about existence, morality, and the complexities of the human psyche. Entering the 21st century, the evolution of underworld creatures reached new heights. The rise of the internet transformed how myths were shared and reshaped. Creatures like the Slender Man emerged from the shadows of online folklore, illustrating how quickly new fears can be born in a connected world. These modern tales of horror took root in the collective consciousness, echoing the age-old tradition of storytelling while adapting to the anxieties of a new generation. In literature, author Neil Gaiman has woven underworld creatures into narratives that blend the fantastical with the ordinary, crafting a world where myths and modernity coexist. His characters resonate with readers, embodying the struggles and triumphs of the human spirit even in the face of the unknown. Movies like Pan's Labyrinth and series like American Horror Story have continued to push boundaries, presenting underworld creatures not just as monsters, but as reflections of human struggles, conflicts, and resilience. As artistic expressions evolve, underworld creatures remain ever-present, shifting and adapting to fit the fears of the time. Each creature tells a story, echoing the echoes of ancient myths while carving new paths into modern culture. The candle in the crypt flickers, and the shadows stretch, revealing that the tales of the underworld are far from finished. They breathe, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, as the fear, fascination, and emotional weight of these creatures continue to entwine with the fabric of humanity. And just like that, the line between the living and the dead blurs once more, leaving hearts racing and minds racing. What lies just beyond the next shadow waiting to be revealed? In the dim light of an ancient fire, shadows danced across the cave walls, twisting and morphing into fearsome shapes. Whispers filled the air, stories of beasts that roamed the underworld, creatures born from the fears and dreams of countless generations. As the flames flickered, tales spilled forth, each one more chilling than the last, revealing a tapestry of monsters that haunt humanity's collective imagination. In the Greek underworld, Cerberus, the three-headed hound, stood guard at the gates of Hades. With eyes as fierce as the darkest night and a growl that could shake the very earth, he was a symbol of both protection and terror. Souls that crossed his path faced a choice: turn back or confront the end of their journey. But beneath the fearsome exterior, Cerberus was also a tragic figure, a loyal guardian bound to his duty, forever watching over the lost. Meanwhile, if one ventured northeast to the lands of Norse mythology, they would hear of Fenrir, the monstrous wolf destined to devour Odin during the events of Ragnarok. The whispers spoke of his immense size, and how he was bound by chains forged from the very essence of silence and fear. Yet, Fenrir was not merely a creature of destruction. He embodied the raw, untamed power of nature and the inevitability of fate. His story echoed the struggles of those who feel trapped by circumstances beyond their control, a reflection of the primal fear and rage within us all. Across the sea, in ancient Egypt, Ammit awaited the souls of the unworthy. This hybrid beast, part crocodile, part lion, and part hippopotamus, served as the devourer of the damned, lurking just beyond the scales of judgment. When a soul's heart was heavier than a feather, Ammit would pounce, sealing their fate in a gruesome fate of eternal hunger. The chilling thought of standing before such a creature lingered in the mind, emphasizing the moral lessons of ancient Egyptian society, where the weight of one's deeds dictated their fate in the afterlife. In the icy realms of the Inca, the legend of Supi emerged. This ruler of the underworld, known as Uku Pasha, commanded the spirits of the dead from his dark domain, a mirror of both life and death. Villagers would tremble at the mention of his name, for Supi was said to take on many forms, sometimes appearing as a snake, other times as a shadow. The duality of his nature reflected the complex relationship humans have with life and death, inviting contemplation of their own mortality. Farther east, in the rich tapestry of Hindu mythology, Yama, the god of death, presided over the underworld. His loyal companion, a fierce dog, guided souls on their journey through the afterlife. Yama was not merely a figure of fear, he was a reminder of the impermanence of life, a compassionate judge who weighed the deeds of the living with fairness. In his presence, there were echoes of hope, a promise that every soul would find its rightful place, whether in heaven or rebirth. Yet, as the stories unfolded, a common thread emerged: these beasts, though fearsome, were reflections of humanity's deepest fears and desires. They personified the struggle between good and evil, justice and chaos. With each tale, the flames flickered ominously, as if urging the listeners to confront their own shadows, their hidden fears lurking just beneath the surface. In the heart of the African savanna, the tale of the Abatwa, the tiny people who were said to live in the grass, brought a different flavor of fear. They were not beasts in the traditional sense, but guardians of the land, invisible to most yet powerful enough to ensnare those who tread too heavily in their world. Their stories whispered of respect for nature and the consequences of hubris, a reminder that the unseen can be just as fearsome as the visible. Further north, in the icy grip of Siberia, tales of the Chuchunya, the elusive beast that roamed the frozen forests, sent shivers down the spine. This creature, with its shaggy coat and haunting howl, was often thought to be a protector of the wilderness. Yet, the fear it inspired kept many from venturing into the depths of the woods, illustrating the delicate balance between reverence for nature and the fear of the unknown. As the fire crackled, it became clear that these underworld beasts were not just figments of imagination but rather reflections of the society from which they emerged. Each creature told a story of the people who birthed them, capturing their fears, their values, their longings. They lived in the shadows, reminding humanity of the darkness that lurked behind every corner, that every culture carries within it the weight of its own unique fears and aspirations. Yet, as the night deepened, a sense of urgency hung in the air. What did it mean to confront these creatures, to acknowledge the darkness within? The stories became more than mere tales, they were calls to arms against the silent fears that linger in the corners of the mind. The beasts beckoned, challenging the listeners to face their own shadows, to brave the darkness that every culture seeks to understand. With each flicker of the flames, the tales of beloved and feared beasts continued to weave together, creating a rich tapestry of emotions that resonated in the hearts of those who heard them. As the stories unfolded, a chilling realization settled in: the underworld was not just a distant place but a reflection of the inner struggles that all humanity shares. And as the last echoes of the tales faded into the night, a gripping anticipation loomed, hinting at the deeper connections and meaning waiting to be uncovered in the next chapter of these intertwining fables. In the flickering shadows of ancient history, beneath the layers of civilization's might, there lived creatures of unfathomable power and terror. These were not mere beasts, but representations of humanity's darkest fears, lurking in the depths of folklore and myth. From the fiery breath of dragons to the haunting wails of banshees, these underworld beasts have molded the very fabric of our cultural psyche, leaving a legacy that echoes through the ages. In every corner of the world, tales of these creatures spring to life, intertwined with the beliefs and traditions of countless generations. In Greece, the Minotaur roamed the labyrinth, a monstrous figure born of human folly, a reminder of the consequences of unchecked desires. He was more than a beast, he embodied the struggle between man and his inner demons, a tension that never truly fades. The moment one reads about this creature, a chill runs down the spine, for it is not just a story, it is a reflection of humanity's own darkness. Across the Atlantic, the legends of the Wendigo creep into the minds of those willing to listen. This spirit of insatiable hunger represents the dangers of isolation and greed, a haunting reminder of what happens when one loses touch with humanity. When the cold winds howl through the dense forests of the north, tales of the Wendigo seep into the consciousness of the people, warning them of the perils that lie in wait for the lost and the greedy. The chilling thought that one might turn into this creature of despair, driven mad by hunger, lingers long after the tale has been told. In Asia, the legend of the Yeti looms large, an enigma wrapped in snow and mystery. The elusive creature, said to wander the Himalayas, captivates adventurers and researchers alike. It stirs a primal fear of the unknown, the vast, uncharted territories that exist outside human control. Each expedition into the mountains carries with it a sense of dread and excitement, as the shadow of the Yeti looms, reminding us of the wild, untamed nature of the world still waiting to be understood. The stories and the search ignite a fire in the hearts of those who dare to tread where few have gone, binding them to the legacy of the beast. These tales, however, are not confined to the dusty pages of history. They bleed into modern culture, influencing films, books, and art in profound ways. The monstrous creatures of yesteryear find their way into today's narratives, continuously reshaping our understanding of fear and identity. The horror genre, a reflection of society's anxieties, thrives on these ancient archetypes. Movies featuring vampires, werewolves, and other beasts echo the primal fears that have existed for millennia, reminding audiences that the monsters we create are often shadows of ourselves. Consider the recent resurgence of these creatures in popular media, where the lines between humanity and monstrosity blur. The vampire, for instance, once a shambling ghoul, has evolved into a charismatic figure, embodying both allure and danger. This transformation speaks to the complexities of human desire and morality, revealing the darker undercurrents that run deep in contemporary society. The vampire's legacy reminds us that beneath every enchanting smile may lie a hunger that cannot be satiated, a chilling thought that resonates in the hearts of many. Moreover, in folklore-inspired fantasy literature, the stories of beasts continue to thrive, adapted and reimagined for new audiences. These narratives often serve as cautionary tales, warning against the hubris of mankind and the fragility of civilization. Through the eyes of dragons, ogres, and fantastical creatures, readers confront their own fears and struggles, reflecting the eternal battle between light and shadow. The emotional weight of these stories draws readers in, making them confront the uncomfortable truths that often lie hidden beneath the surface. As technology advances, the legacy of these underworld beasts also finds new life in virtual realms. Video games invite players to engage with these creatures on a level never before possible, allowing them to battle, befriend, or flee from monsters of their own making. Here, the thrill of the chase mixes with the adrenaline of danger, creating an immersive experience that speaks to our primal instincts. The roar of a dragon or the howl of a werewolf echoes through the speakers, awakening ancient fears that simmer just below the surface. Yet, beyond entertainment, the legacy of these creatures serves as a mirror for society. They challenge us to confront the aspects of ourselves that we may wish to hide away. When faced with a beast, be it in a story or a game, we are forced to reckon with our own shadows. How we respond to these challenges shapes our moral compass, influencing our understanding of right and wrong. The legacy of underworld beasts is a continuous thread, weaving through the fabric of time, urging humanity to reflect, adapt, and grow. Even in the realm of art, the influence of these creatures lingers. Artists draw upon the imagery of beasts to explore themes of fear, power, and the human condition. Sculptures, paintings, and installations breathe life into the narratives that have permeated cultures for centuries. The raw emotion captured in these works often resonates with viewers on a profound level, sparking introspection and conversation about the nature of existence and the monsters that dwell within us all. The pulse of these stories continues to beat strongly, an unending cycle of fear and fascination. The legacy of underworld beasts is not merely a relic of the past, it is a living, breathing entity that shapes the way we view ourselves and the world around us. From ancient myths to modern interpretations, the influence of these creatures acts as a bridge connecting generations, reminding us that the struggle between light and darkness is far from over. Each time a story is told, a new layer is added to this rich tapestry, each thread vibrant with emotion, tension, and the promise of what is yet to come.